Very good morning to one and all. Let's welcome you here to the Hillsley Crawford Stadium as we get ready for another exciting day of track and field at UE Games 2026. And of course, to kick things off this morning, we have the 1500 meters for women. And we anticipate this is really just the start of a big day of track and field. I think we have like 30 odd events, maybe 31, and some exciting races. The 800, the 400, we have the 100, 200 as usual. And in between that, we have the long jump, the triple jump, we have discus, we have shot put, and the javelin. So we have all the jumps coming your way. So it promises to be a big day of track and field as UE Games takes on a slightly different look today because this is the day that many people would have been looking forward to see athletes who you would have seen either playing netball, playing football, playing table tennis. Now you get to see them as natural athletes running, which is probably the most natural thing for any individual to do. So let's give them a slightly different look, and it should make for an interesting scenario as well. So it's just a so it promises to be a good one indeed. As we look at the runners getting ready for the 1500-meter event, and Aidan Matthew, UE Five Islands, Jonathan Best. Oh, this was actually men's long jump. I was calling there for you. So here we go for the women's 1500 meters. Alexandra Ramcharita of UE St. Augustine, Judy Guy from Global, Tiara Beckles from Cave Hill, Philana Johnson from Mona, Shamel Hodge from Global, Sky Durham from St. Augustine, Bridget Bellamy from Five Islands, and Christian Florias from Mona, and Triana Joseph from the Five Islands. And quickly going out there, we see the runners from Mona campus as they take to the front, which is to be expected. We've seen this time and again with track and field. You know that this is all part of, it's in their blood, so to speak, in Jamaica. And but Chris said that Philana Johnson from Mona, and behind her would be Christian Flores. So those are your front runners. And then coming next behind them, you have the runners from Cave Hill, also running side by side, just about a minute and 10 seconds, as all of the runners would cross the line. Five Islands right there as well. Then St. Augustine and, of course, Global also in the mix. This is a demanding race, so it's not easily navigated, but so far so good. All of them are still moving because, again, this is not the kind of race you just wake up one morning and say you're going to run a 1500. It could remind you of that for days. But as we look at the runners still holding their pace, coming along, 154, 159 now, 2 minutes and counting as the front two approach the 100-meter marker, coming home as they so the runners just holding their own, coming to pass the start finish line another time, and the pace at the back has slowed down a little bit, but we still have the two runners from Cave Hill running shoulder to shoulder. Beckles, and of course it's a familiar pattern. In fact, at the back now we've seen the two global runners just being separated Judy Guy, and Jamel Hodge. So, so there's still a scenario here. Who is going to finish third? Because the two at the front look like they're holding their respective positions, and won't be two but a 3:30 now and counting. And again, this is being run in scorching heat, so it's obvious he's going to take something out of the runners, and there's ample time. It's a long enough race to tell you exactly why you shouldn't be out there running, because you could think of all sorts of stuff. So these runners now are coming to see one lap to go. They're coming for the bell as they make their way past the start finish line for the final, well, for the penultimate time, I should say, because they're going to come back again to finish right there. And now we have a little bit of adjusting going on in second and third. And there is no real acceleration. They're just holding their positions now, 4:41 and counting on the clock. And they might have an athlete getting lapped. You don't see that too often in a 1,500-meter race, but we may very well get an athlete being lapped here. Here comes the two Mona Campus runners as they now tighten up a little bit. It could actually be a battle for first when it's all said and done, because the leader of the race is slowing down and second place is actually gaining, and she's gaining slowly. They are going to lap the run aisle from Global and going to take up a first scalp, if you know what I mean. So she goes past. Now here is as they enter the straightaway. Now there's a push for first and second. Does she have enough in her? Does she have enough to get there? She's trying, but I don't think she has it. She just hit what we call the proverbial wall, and there's nothing left to go with there. And in third place, Cavill is coming. So it's 1-2 to Mona. Cavill in third, and this runner is now getting Bell as she goes by there. So here comes third now. Third place to Cavill, fourth to Cavill as well. And Five Islands will secure fifth and sixth. And St. Augustine will come in seventh place. And then the two global runners will make their way around the track some distance behind. So the first race is pretty much decided, and it was decided very early indeed when we saw the two Jamaican runners put themselves in front and never got caught. The two Mona runners and sewing up first place there, first and second in convincing fashion. So there's your winner just crossing the line. Confirmation that it's Mona 1 and 2. And here we have Global coming to finish, the first Global runner. There were two of them in the race, Judy Guy and Shamel Hodge. So there are some of these supporters from St. Augustine, and I suppose the general public here, but in the main, they're here to enjoy themselves and have a good time and cheer like crazy for their respective runners. And she's probably getting the biggest cheer of all as she comes to finish. So it looks like Judy Guy now finishing there. So she's not overly stressing. She's just having a fun stroll to finish. That's the important thing here. Just about 8:42 or so for her. So finishing her race. So there is your winner, Flores and Johnson. And Beckles in third place, 6:26.52. 6:26.52, 6:28. And third place went to Beckles of UEKFL, 6:21. So some decent times for these athletes. Six, no, I was just trying to see if 5:52.43 is, and then it's right. So Johnson, Bellamy, right. So 5:52, 5:52.43, and 5:53.89, 6:21.07 for Beckles. Right. So those are your top three participants here. So congratulations to them as they finished the first race. Now we get ready for today's second event, which will be the women's 4 by 100 meters relay. And that is expected to be Mhm. So again, those are the confirmations. You could see Florias there from Muna, Jamaica, crossing the line in a decent time, and given the weather conditions here, 5:52.43, and her teammate, not too far, Johnson, Philana Johnson, 5:53.89, the finish time, and of course Beckles, 6:21.07 out of Cavell campus in Barbados. So that's the first event for today. And just again to remind you that it's not a long program, but it's an interesting program. We have 31 events, or 32 events in all. And of course, when we say 32, some are male, some are female. So you understand what that means. So as is the custom, the day's program, the day's event will end with the relays, and that's always very interesting indeed. But speaking of relays, the women's 4x1 is all set to go, and that is expected to be an interesting battle by itself. So with quite a bit happening, and with all that is good and positive in not just here in Trinidad and Tobago, but certainly in the wider world, the tennis world would have been shocked a short while ago with the news that world number one Sinner has been knocked out of the French Open at Roland Garros in the first week, and a lot of it has to do with the heat. It's very hot in Paris at this time, and I think Sinner suffered as a result of that. And that itself should make for some interesting results going forward, because unless you get to play at night where it might be a little bit cooler, playing in the daytime is going to be a tall order for anybody, not let alone Sinner. And he has been in pretty good shape, and you can look here, upset by one Manuel Cherundolo after being granted controversial cramping timeout. So the heat was really taking its toll on these runners. So now now we're getting ready for the women's 4x1. In lane 1, you have UE Global. In lane 3, rather, UE Global. In lane 4, Mona Campus. In lane 5, UE St. Augustine. In lane 6, Cave Hill. Of course, Cave Hill, starting for Cave Hill will be Keegan Rouse, UE St. Augustine, April Dagana, and Mona, Saffron Lions, and Global UE, Jonelle Henry, the proposed starters. So we're looking at the runners as they get ready. Just 4 lanes being occupied, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We are yet to see the runners for the runner for lane 6, but I'm sure it is somewhere under the shade, just taking the shade until the very last moment. Here she comes now, and a smart girl. Don't go out in that sun unless you absolutely have to. And she's now adjusting her starting blocks. Actually, it looks like she's just mapping it out, measuring it over to make sure that they have everything in order. So that's the order that they're going to be running in, and they'll have to stay in their lanes all the way around. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. UE Global in 3 in the orange and black vest. UE Mona in the red vest in lane 4. UE St. Augustine in the blue and white in lane 5. And Cave Hill in the yellow and black in lane 6. Those are the 4 lanes being occupied for the women's 4x100. And this used to be one of the blue ribbon events at any major games, including the Olympic Games. The sprints still hold a special place for many sports fans, not just track and field fans, but any fan of sport at all. You always want to see runners running fast, and the relays provides a special and a unique opportunity for that. However, it also carries with it dangers of the baton, failure to get the baton around. When you do relays, that's the main thing. You'll hear coaches talk about that till they blue in the face. It makes no sense you're running fast unless you could get the baton around successfully. So that is really the objective here, is to try and place the baton in your partner's hands securely and let them do the rest. You can't worry about anything else but then get it around and hand it off properly and see what happens. Sometimes you don't need the fastest start. What you need is the best exchange, and that would make for a competitive race all the same. So we're just standing by here now, just 4 of them. Global in 3, Mona in 4, St. Augustine 5, and Cave Hill in 6. So the runners are just waiting. You're looking at their partners at the various points, 100 meters, 120, 200 meter marker, and just at the 100 meter marker. They have this stagger because by the time they actually get the baton, they would be running approximately 100 meters, depending on how early they get that baton. So we're just standing by here now. They're just getting ready for the start of this one. The women's 4x100 meter relay event. And Mona in lane 4. And of course, UE Global, the global campus is represented here as well. Henry, Ashton York, Samuel, and George. Those are the 4 listed for the global campus. For Mona, Lions, to Bell, to Thorpe, and to Gill. And St. Augustine will go Dagana, Sylvan, Pereira, and Williams. And for Cave Hill, Rouse, Haynes, Kennedy, and Arthur. They're also their subs in Applewhite and Sealy. So those are the runners as we awaiting the official start to this race. The runners have been out there for a while, so I know they must be anxious to get started. So let's, and the runners are standing by for the start of this one. Not sure what the delay is, but it can be very comfortable for the runners because they've been out there now for quite a while, and they still haven't been put on the starters' orders. Again, and it's not just the 4 athletes who are starting, it's all the others who are standing out there. There's no shade out there for them. They're just wilting in the sun right now. It cannot be the most comfortable thing. Now they're getting on their starters' orders, so we should be on our way pretty soon in this one. This is Mona in lane 4. They are favored for this one. And they've been kept under set position for quite a while. So they're back on the starters' orders again. Again, lane 3 is Global, 4 Mona, 5 St. Augustine, 6 Cave Hill. Here they go as they get the start and making their way up and moving like a bullet there. St. Augustine, they're just blown out of the blocks. Can they make the exchange? And here they go. Here comes Mona though. Mona is tracking them down and Mona is closing and closing fast. Cave Hill is trying to get there. Global is some distance behind and Mona actually hands off first. St. Augustine second. And Mona is in front now, making their way off for the final exchange. And this race could be over by the time she gets the baton. And here they go. The exchange is a good one. So too, St. Augustine struggling to hand theirs off. And Mona is going to steam away to take this one in convincing fashion. Mona, 48 seconds roughly. And in third place, coming to finish, she's heavily strapped, but she's limping towards the line. And that is pure guts coming there. Cave Hill will take third place, and Global will finish fourth. So again, you just saw the pace at which St. Augustine left the blocks, but there wasn't the corresponding speed the rest of the way around. But that was a big, big finish there. Mona 48.15. I'll double check that for you. Mona first. St. Augustine second, 48.51. And they certainly do it. 49.48 to St. Augustine. And in third place, it's 59.07 to Cave Hill. And you have to give her credit, though, the runner who ran that last leg, she was basically on one leg, just humming along, hopping, going to the finish. There's your winner, quite comfortably, not too far behind St. Augustine in lane 5. And then you will see limping, literally just hopping to the finish line, some distance behind, and just crossing the line there. But again, give her an A for effort because she probably felt she could go, but once you start to sprint, it reminds you quite easily about what is happening. So Mona, of course, the defending champions in the track and field, and in fact the overall title for UE Games, and they are off to a pretty impressive start. They won the 1500 meters, and here they picked up the women's 4x1 relay. The men's 4x1 relay is coming up next. And that too is expected to go the way of Mona. And you can see the fans there just thoroughly enjoying it, especially when their respective campuses win. It's sort of a double joy. Now, it has to be said, there are some athletes competing for different campuses, but actually are from other countries. For example, there might be Trinidadians competing for Mona, and for example, on the basketball team, there is a player who is attending UWI St. Augustine, but he's from Jamaica, and vice versa. You have it going all around. So it's understandable. So they're really just representing the colors right now, not necessarily their respective national teams. And now, and again, so again, and especially if you're dealing on a point scenario, you want to make sure that you give your team the chance at points. So here we go in lane, well, there's no lane 2, so we're going in lane 3. So we have Cave Hill in lane 3. UWI St. Augustine in lane 4, Mona in lane 5, and Global in lane 6. So those are the 4 lanes being occupied here. So we're getting ready for the men's 4x1 relay. UWI Cave Hill in 3. UWI St. Augustine in 4, UWI Mona in 5, and UWI Global in 6. So again, the starters, Kevion Newton from Cave Hill in 3, Joshua Barkley of UWI in 4, Jonathan Houston representing Mona in lane 5, and Andre Smith of UWI Global in 6. So those are the 4 lanes being occupied again. So we get ready to see another relay. We just saw a blistering one won by Mona. Do they do the double in the 4x1 relays? And there they go, and immediately there's a good start. And once again, and look at Mona go. They just blew away out of the blocks. The exchange is a good one. St. Augustine is there, so too is Cave Hill, but it's all about second place because first place is securely that of Mona, Jamaica. They are racing away with this one as they come around for the final exchange, and here we go, off to the races now. St. Augustine in second place. They try to hold off Cave Hill in Barbados. Here comes Cave Hill. Can UWI St. Augustine hold on? He might just do so. He does. Second place going to St. Augustine, but it's again Mona, Jamaica winning it and winning it impressively. Again, a very fast finish once more. So So again, the 14.97 for Muna. And the exchange is 42.58. And in third place, Cave Hill coming in at 42.76. So those are your top three once again. So Muna with back-to-back wins. So again, a fantastic finish, or two fantastic finishes, but again dominated by Muna, as was to be expected. Once you say track and field, it's like an innate sense that we get from the Jamaican contingent, and they didn't disappoint. St. Augustine holding their own, it must be said, and they are not overawed by it all. And remember now, while the track events are going on simultaneously, we have runners warming up for the long jump, and we also have the women's discus that is also on top. We have the jumps also scheduled, the men long jump, and we have the 1500 meters for men as also being on top here before we get to the 400 meter events upcoming. So it is a scenario here where we're looking at the runners coming from UB5 Islands. Aidan Matthew from Cave Hill, Jonathan Best from St. Augustine, Gerald Williams from Muna, Philano Palmer from Global, Conroy Marshall from Muna, Kevin Ricketts from Five Islands, Adrian Hazel from St. Augustine, Joshua Barkley from Global, Hezekiah Matthew, and from Cave Hill, Kai Laurie. So those are the listed participants in this one, as the athletes are getting warm up for their upcoming events, but generally the focus now is on the men's 1500 meter. We saw the women's 1500 meter earlier, and we could congratulate once again Christian Flores. Now we're looking at the 1500, the men's 1500 meter event getting scheduled to go over on the far side. We just saw the women's 1500 meters, and once again, congratulations to Christian Flores from Muna. 5:52.43 was her time, and her teammate Philana Johnson, 5:53.89, the second place finisher, just ahead of Chiara Beckles of UE Cave Hill, 6:21.07. So congratulations to them. So we're looking at the start of the 1500 meter event. They're just getting their final bit of instructions while they get ready to come to the line. So we saw the women. Now we're looking at the men taking center stage. Remember the long jump. You can see the runners warming up for their long jump event. but we're focusing on event number 6, the 1500 meter event. So the runners are just getting they just had their final bit of instructions, and I think the startup is ready for them. Here we go. And immediately they're sent on their way, a nice brisk start before they settle into some kind of a rhythm. This is a hot, scorchy day out here in North Trinidad at the Hazley Crawford Stadium, the famed Hazley Crawford Stadium, named after this country's first Olympic gold medalist. And I'm not sure if the great man is here, but if he is, good morning to him as well. He doesn't live too far from here, actually. So it may not be that difficult for him to drive over and spend an hour or so with us. And we hope he does. From Surrett, of course, the president of the Track and Field Association, the N3As, is also expected to stop by. But again, Global are the ones leading the pack right now, followed by UWI. Cave Hill also moving up. Global also in the mix as well. And the two runners from Mona are just sort of biding their time. And then the two from the Five Islands at the back for the moment as they make the first past the start-finish line for the first time, and they make their way back up the back straightaway. You see changes starting to take place now because the front runner has dropped back to second, and he was almost passed by the whole bunch, but now he's just kind of gotten a second wind as they hit the 200-meter mark, heading around this 400-meter track here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium, a newly relayed track. And again, it's a certified track, so any record set here will stand. As they come now, UWI is in the lead. And now we see the two runners from Mona just surging to the front ever so slightly. So it's just nice positioning there for these runners. And St. Augustine still holding court. The two Mona runners are now nicely positioned. And on the outside, here goes Cave Hill with a big blast around. And all of a sudden the positions have changed drastically because Global also has surged with him. So there is a little bit of a separation. We have one Global runner falling all the way to the back and well, into second to last position. There is one runner from Five Islands who's way out in the distance, trailing badly. So the men's 15, when they come back, they'll see 2 laps to go. So they'll make another lap and then they'll get the bell. And right now, these runners are nicely positioned. And they're just taking their chances. And the man from Global is determined to stay in the front. He's very reluctant to relinquish that. But now Mona decides it's time to drop the hammer here. And he has decided to take control of this race and will run from the front the rest of the way. And you can just see him just quickening his strides. His steps are a lot faster than the others. And he is really moving smoothly up the back straightaway without too much fuss at all. 200 meters to go as he tries to widen his lead just that little bit from Global. Cave Hill is trying to hang on there. St. Augustine falling back, as is the other runner from Mona. But here he comes now. He's coming for the bell. And this should be the bell lap, but I'm not sure what the... he actually is coming to finish the race. And because they had 2 laps up on the clock, so I was wondering why they dropped the clock at that stage. But a fine finish indeed, and certainly excellent running. He knew exactly when he needed to move, and once he did that, there was no stopping him. And there we see the stragglers now coming in. Five Islands, the other runner from Cave Hill campus. So runners are now trying to finish. The last 2 now are on the track. One from Global and the other from the Five Islands. As they make their way around. So again, there is Miller. 4:32.70 is the winner of this event. Winning comfortably from Mona, Alexander Miller. Marshall and Clark for 35.67 for Marshall and Clark. And Clark was 4:36. So again, some very decent times, you'll have to say. 4:36.73 for John Clark from Cave Hill, and the man filling 3rd place there was Clark in 4:36.73. And Banton was 5th, Hazel and Alberg 7th and 8th respectively in this one. So those were the athletes for the long jump event who were just introduced to the crowd. And this is an event where you're going to see a variety of sort of talents, the levels. Some are going to be very smooth and jumping far distances. Others who are either new to the sport or just participating, trying to get points for their respective teams, are just going to be raw and maybe jump not as far and not as polished in their run-ups and in their execution. But again, it's all about participation for them so that they can at least help garner points. A point here and a point there can make a world of a difference down the road. Hence the reason why when you run at, say, the collegiate level and you compete at the collegiate level, you see sprinters running 400 meters and you wonder why they punish themselves that way. But it's for precisely that reason, because they're trying to assist their teams, their schools or their colleges to get as many points as possible to possibly win an NCAA title or the like. And so we're getting ready now for another event on the track. And this one is going to be the 400-meter event. We have an invitational event first, and then we're going to have the so we have Jesse Fredericks in lane 5, Bjorn White in lane 6, and I'm not seeing Anthony Alexander of Burnley. So it might just be two runners who are going to be doing this one, but we're still looking at the long jump event. So the organizers or the officials just rake in the sand to make sure that it's nice and smooth, so that when the athlete enters, you can get a proper demarcation of the distance that he actually, or where exactly he landed. And the last part of the body to hit, to as we say, tickle the sand, that's where the marker is going to go. And it's a legal jump, so he gets the white flag. And if you look at where they're placing the marker, it's right where the last part, where when he sort of sat down in the sand, that's where they're marking. And now his legs would have been a good foot or so further forward, but because that's the last part that the body actually hits the sand, that's where the marker will go. Hence the reason why the ones with better technique will know how to kind of avoid sort of sitting back in the sand, but will actually land and try to either go sideways, and so that way you kind of steal a couple centimeters or so. It's just about technique and confidence, so to speak. But here we go. This is an invitational event. 400-meter dash invitational of Fredericks of UE Athletics and Bjorn White of Burnley. And it's the man on the inside running nicely there out of lane 5. And Frederick seems to be, of UE Athletics, seems to be doing the number for now, at least, as he comes towards the final bend, as he straightens up for the push for home. And he is just slowing a little bit, but he has a nice lead. Now, does he have anything to go home? But here comes Bjorn White running in lane 6. Is he coming? He's trying to get there, but he can't. I think the man from UE has done enough and will hold on and take the win there. Jesse Fredericks. And just ahead of Bjorn White of Burnley Athletics. So congratulations to them. 51.91. So again, just those invitational races. Now 400 meters is one lap around, but if you're trying to run the first 200 meters too quickly, then you don't have much to come home with. So it makes for a difficult trip. By the time you get to 150 meters, you have nothing to take you home. So that's why some athletes tend to start slowly and then just build, just hold something in reserve to help them complete the 400 meters. It's not a 350 meter race, it's a 400 meter race. So you want to be at your optimum for 400 meters. So the long jump continues, the men's long jump. runners, the jumpers, in full display right now, and he gets a white flag, and he's happy about that. Mona Campos really putting on a show here and making it look so easy. It looks like Kevon Ricketts of UE Mona with a fantastic jump there. So again, the athletes, the officials rather, preparing for the next jumper as we await the participants for the UE Games 400 meter flat event. Runners from the various campuses will be taking part in this one. So they're getting ready to make their way over to the start-finish line. In the meantime, it's not gardening, but he's certainly taking care of it like he's working at his garden at home, and making sure that all the twigs are out. And runners are we're looking at Adrian Hazel from Five Islands as he starts his approach. And again, it's not unusual to see such a contrast in techniques. We just saw the jumper from Mona in Jamaica, where track and field is like, it's like sort of ingrained in all of their athletes, including their footballers, their cricketers. All of their athletes seem to gravitate at some point to track and field, and maybe it's a must do at primary and secondary schools. So they come with a certain level of efficiency in the various disciplines, and you could see it here. We just saw Hazel there from Five Islands, and just the way he landed, he was breaking all of the principles. He was landing sitting back, then he was landing with his legs open like that, so he kind of take away from his own distance, and now trying to get up there from St. Augustine. This is Joshua Barkley. And again, goes flying through the air, and that's a good jump. Gets the white flag, and Barkley really was traveling in the air there. And even then, I think he would tell you that's probably not his best jump in terms of his technique, but it was a decent jump. And he will get the distance. We won't see the distance just yet, but he seems happy with it. And will he be able to improve it? Only time will tell. So it looks like Cavill is up next. Jonathan Best and Kyle Lowry, they're two participants in the men's long jump event. So they're just waiting now on the runners who are getting ready for the 400 meter. So the athletes are just preparing now, making sure that their blocks are good, and we should be able to get them going here pretty soon. So the men's 400 meter invitational took place already. Congrats to Jesse Fredericks of UE Athletics ahead of Bjorn White of Burnley. Now we're getting ready for what the fans have come here for, is to see the women 400 meters dash. We have Mona Dejane Lawson is there. Zamora Murray of Five Islands. Joy Caprietta of UE Global. Faith Sylvan of UE St. Augustine. Janelle Jones of Mona. Tanisha Arthur of Cave Hill. Sarah Pereira of St. Augustine, and Jessica Emmerich of Global. Jessica Emmerich, of course, a table tennis player as well. And as are some of these athletes, some of them are participated in other disciplines. Joy Caprietta is one, Janelle Jones, Tanisha Arthur. So we have in lane 1 we have Dejane Lawson from Mona. In lane 2, Zamora Murray from Five Islands. Joy Caprietta runs in lane 3 from Global. Faith Sylvan runs out of lane 4 from St. Augustine. Janelle Jones runs on lane 5 from Mona. Tanisha Arthur runs out of lane 6 from Cave Hill. Sarah Pereira runs out of lane 7 from St. Augustine. And in lane number 8, Jessica Emmerich from Global. They heading into their blocks. Women's 400 meter flat. Again, Mona well represented in 1 and 5. Here we go to start this one, and also going out quite nicely there. St. Augustine running out there in the distance. Sarah Pereira is showing a good turn of speed. Also on the inside is her teammate from St. Augustine, Faith Sylvan, is running very well early on. But again, this is a 400 meter event, so you must try at least to have something to show when you're coming home, so to speak. But Cave Hill is closing quickly, running nicely on the outside there. That's Tanisha Arthur running in lane 6, but is in lane 4 where we see Faith Sylvan is trying to get a steal there. Does she have it in her to hold on? She's pushing. The technique is just falling apart slightly, but she's holding on. She's slowing down. Here comes Cave Hill. Can they get her there? Tanisha is trying, but they won't. And it's running out there in lane 5. We eventually get Janelle Jones from UE Mona filling 3rd place, which is a shock by itself. And 1st place going to Sarah Pereira of St. Augustine. And you could see she's paying the price for it. It's a demanding race, and the sun, the hot blistering sun, the conditions here doesn't help. But there is the finish. Congratulations to St. Augustine. That's their first medal, big gold medal, I should say, for this morning. And it comes in the way of Miss Arthur. And look at the fans, they're thoroughly enjoying themselves. Sarah Pereira from UE St. Augustine, the winner. So the women's 400 meters per hour. So Sylvan 58.46. And Arthur and Jones. $58.82 for Arthur. And Jones finishing in third place in a decent time of 101.27. But the winner is Faith Sylvan from St. Augustine in 58.46 seconds. And there's our mascot having a fun time. So pretty soon we should be getting the men's 400 meters. So again, more athletes are preparing to jump, and see Campus Mona, and he certainly lost his timing there. He just didn't have, and actually gave him a white flag because he literally stopped by the board, and then he just kind of jumped. He didn't really jump, he just sort of lifted himself off, but he was chopping his run. Everything went wrong for him there. He started well enough, and then it just, I'm not sure why he faltered so badly at the end of that approach, but it happens, and I suppose he'll go back, talk to his coach, and try and figure out how to improve the next time around. That's a good thing about when you're in some of these events, like the high jumps and the long jumps, you kind of like get at least 3. Sometimes you get 6. And so you can make corrections from one to the next, so to speak. So it's not the end of the world if you do it earlier. If you do it in your last jump, well, then you're in trouble. But if he did it in his first or maybe his second jump, he may still have a third one to correct. So now let's go get ready for the men's 400. And we have two finals, or 2 heats really. One with actually we're going with 8. So we're looking at in lane 1, DeMark Stevenson, and in lane 2, Jesse Murray of UWI St. Augustine. Mona DeMark Stevenson is in 1, In 2, we have Murray. In 3 from Global, we have Simon. In lane 5, we have from Mona, Danik Luke. And of course, running nicely there. Kefil are doing very well. There are 2 runners. But look at how quickly moving up on the inside, running in lane 5. Danik Luke is the man who is easing into position quite nicely and is well within the lead here, because when you come off the stagger, he is going to be in front comfortably. And none of the others are really challenging him at the moment, other than his own teammate who is closing up on the inside. So too, running in lane 2, and when they come into the straightaway, it's going to be 1-2-2 Mona as they come pushing down the straightaway. It's still Luke, Danik Luke, who is running, and he is playing with his teammates as they try to complete the 1-2, and they do. And Stevenson, Luke the winner, and Stevenson second, and in 3rd place, running out of lane 2, Jassy Murray out of St. Augustine was in 3rd. And you could see him, he basically shut down and was just cruising. Danik Luke from Mona, he was looking to see where is 48.71 his time, and 49.16 to his teammate, 49.43 to Murray from St. Augustine. So those are your top 3 finishers there. And lanes 5, lanes 1, and then lane 2 as the participants cross the line there. So originally they had them separated in 2 heats, but then they combined them and made it one final heat. And there he is raising his hands and of course asking the crowd to cheer them on. 1, 2, 3. No disputing who the winners were there. So that's another big jump there, and he gets a white flag. So certainly he is the one making waves in the men's long jump. And they're going to have to keep their eyes on him because he's slowly but surely starting to put a little separation between him and the other participant, Joshua Barclay from St. Augustine. That's a fantastic jump. Once again, we will certainly get the distances for you in due course. But of all the jumps we've seen, they've been the longest. And especially if you to get the white flag, it would be very, very interesting for him. So we see some of the athletes warming up for the javelin event, and I haven't seen any of the ladies for the discus just yet. But we see athletes, women's javelin warming up, and the men's high jump is also set to take place in a short while. But we're focusing on the long jump at the moment. And in the long jump, we see another runner from Cave Hill is on the runway. And a nice jump indeed, and that's a fantastic jump going there with the white flag. So again, the men's long jump event is in full swing. And we've seen some decent jumps so far. So we wait to see which athletes now are separating. Now we know in the international scene, if you're 1, 2, 3 in your first 3 jumps or so, then those 3 athletes will be separated and they'll get 3 additional jumps, or at least get 1 additional jump, I should say. And whoever jumps the furthest is then declared the winner. If none of them jump further than their previous best, but then the previous best mark will stand. So we're looking at the men's long jump event in progress. The participant just replacing his shoes from Mona, and they're getting ready now. Earlier we saw one of the jumpers just completed, but here he goes now. And is he going to jump again? Once more, it's all about chopping and changing there, and he doesn't have the rhythm. And I don't know what has gone wrong there, but both runners seem to struggle with their approaches, and for whatever reason they don't seem very comfortable with the jumps. Now they would have been practicing this, so I don't understand why it is they are having this much difficulty with their run-ups. And even if you're running up, then just plant and jump, but they seem to be chopping even as they're about to plant. So it's still a bit of a mystery as to why it is they are having this much difficulty, especially runners who you anticipate would have been well rehearsed or would have gone through a fair amount of jumps over time. So here we go now. He's all marked out and ready to jump. And I think he got a white flag again, but you could just see something is not absolutely evident. That Kevin Ricketts, he just, both jumpers, I should say, from Mona, which is surprising, having some issues there with their technique. So it's still left up to them to kind of sort that out. So we wait to see what they come up with now in terms of the finish. So we have another runner on the straightaway. And there's the brilliant jump as well. So that should be a fair measurement there for that long jump from Cave Hill. So they try to assess what exactly was the distance jump. It's a fairly good one at that. See him clapping his hands there, happy with it. If he's not in the lead, he's close to the lead. So now let's just see which of the athletes now will try to compete. So it's not clear exactly what the officials are requesting of the athletes. Some seem happy, some seem slightly disappointed, but here we go. Again, jumping not with the greatest of techniques, but still competing. And giving it their all. Right now, Cave Hill looks like the one to beat. So again, we see now a beehive of activities. We have the long jump taking place, and the women's javelin. I think they're starting to measure now, so an indication that competition is on as well. So we'll get to that in a moment. As we also look on the track, we have the women heading for their block event. So the women are going to run their 800 meter. So we're seeing still have some jumps taking place, the long jump for men. But on the track, we also seen the women's 800 meters. They're getting ready for that one. And it looks like one runner from Cave Hill is going to join the action very late. The women's 800. So we have lane 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So we have 8 runners in this field, the 800 meters for women. We have Five Islands, St. Augustine, Cave Hill, Mona, Global. 2 runners out of Cave Hill. They're not in the identical lanes that they were originally listed in. St. Augustine is in lane 2. Cave Hill is in 3. Mona in 4. Global in 5. 6 we have Five Islands. Global in 7 and in 8. And we also have Mona. So that's the start of the women's 800 meter event. And they will run in lanes up until they come around just past where the start is, the 1500 meters. And now they could come in a single lane, and but they all have to pass that runner, that marker first, those cones, and then they could cut in. And here they are now, so they could run in lane 1, as we say. The rest of the way, unless they want to pass on the outside of the runner in front of them as well. So, but there we see there is early pace setting up there, and runner taking early control of this race, not blowing the field away because they're right there. We see again the 2 runners from Mona right within striking distance. Cave Hill is also moving up smartly. And St. Augustine is just dropping back just that little bit. So it's Five Islands. And here goes Mona now taking charge. Johnson it is who has surged to the front. Her teammate is also there with her. And that is Christian Florias, who we saw earlier take a victory. And so she's back for more as well. She ran the 1500 meters, Florias, but here she is again closing in on first place. She's in second at the moment, and you can see her looking down. So that heat is probably beginning to take its toll. And the women coming back here now, looking very sprightly indeed, and still running in the front there is Philana Johnson of Mona, but her teammate Christian Florias is the one threatening. She's coming here now. This should be a very interesting race here. She's coming to the finish line and running hard. Philana Johnson is going to win it. I don't think Florias has it in the legs after such a demanding 1500 meters. But there is your winner. And in third place, Cave Hill. It's going to take third place quite comfortably. Fourth place going to the Five Islands. And running in fifth place is UE St. Augustine, Sky Durham. And we still have 2 runners from Global on the track making their way around. There's your winner comfortably. And crossing the line comfortably. Second place also to Mona. So another 1-2 to Mona. We saw that in the men's 400 meters a short while ago. And here coming around Shamel Hodge of Global. And determined to finish the race. As I say, finish what you started. May not win, but the idea is don't quit, never quit. As long as you can move, then finish the race. And she's just as determined as anyone else to finish. As is her teammate, and she's in pain. She could feel her hole in the leg. It's painful. She's probably getting pain everywhere, but she's still going, and that's the important thing. Once she could move, she will try to finish the race, and that 60 or so meters might be looking like 6 miles right now. She's pushing, she's slowing, and still trying to get to the finish line. Here she comes. She's holding that left leg, that hamstring, it looks like, as she's coming towards the finish line, trying her best here, and eventually she will make it. Yes, she does, and she gets a thunderous round of applause, and she's barely able to stay on her feet, but it's all about finishing. And so we should be getting the men's 800 meters coming up in a short while as well. So Johnson 2:42.73. $246.51 and $253. Hodge. So that's just a frontal view of the women's javelin. Those are the runners coming for the 400-meter men's event that is coming up in a short while. See the two runners from Mona campus, full of purpose. And then at the back you see the two runners from Global also making their way forward. St. Augustine also represented there, as well as is Cave Hill. So we anticipate another interesting battle among those campuses. That's probably the furthest throw we've seen so far in the javelin for women. And that came out of Muna campus. The UE St. Augustine also had a decent throw prior. The men's high jump also in effect as well. And we pretty soon we may have a break in proceedings for the prize distribution take place for some of the earlier events. We will update you on that. As you can see, this one athlete struggling right now as she's barely moving just in front of the mat to receive at least in the high jump event. And she's maybe it's the shoe, I'm not sure, but she looks she's walking very gingerly. And she's making her way back to the call room, I would imagine. So we look at this attempt, not a successful one. Muna. So while they see another big jump there from this young man as he continues to impress. Did he get the white flag? So those measurements taking place there. Now we're looking at the men's for their 800-meter event. So there is Johnson, who was second to her teammate. And Florian is the winner. And those two just kind of reverse positions a short while ago in the 800. So they're receiving their medals at this time. And we're looking at the men's 800 meter. Getting ready. This is event number 14. Jesse Murray of St. Augustine in 1, Terry Decreas in 2, and Adrian Hazel in 3, Adriano Alberg of Cave Hill in 4, Conroy Marshall Global in 5, Michael Perry of St. Augustine in 6, Jason Pear of Global in 7. In 8, we have Daniel Duncan of Cave Hill, Archie Rolls of Mona in 9. And here they go now as they start to rotor, pushing to the front. Again, it's another Mona 1-2 at the moment. And Cave Hill is nicely tucked in second place there. And so that's the way they go around. They pass the start-finish line for the last time, or for the penultimate time, I should say. And it is comfortably in front, Muna 1-2. And the pair of Archie Rawls and Tariq Dakers, they're moving there, but certainly trying to upset the apple cart here a little bit. Here is Cave Hill. Daniel Duncan putting his hand up, and he is trying to split that dominance by Cave Hill, or by Mona in fact, and Cave Hill is now in second position. And pushing hard, in fact they're trying to finish, but here comes Mona again. I just seem to be running out of gas there, but he's trying, and he will get past him, and he does. So it will still be a 1-2 to Mona, but for a moment there, Cave Hill seemed to have the upper hand, and it just faded in the straightaway where it mattered the most. So Archie Rawls is the man who took the win there, and his teammate finished in second, Dakers. St. Augustine just finishing as well. And coming in now, Five Islands coming to do their bit, and then the final run on the track will be from Global. And here he comes, just making sure. And here's a young man who's participated in volleyball, basketball, you name it. He's been involved in it. So it's not too surprising that he will be there, Jason Pierre. And there's a finish. There's your winner coming and taking it nicely, Archie Rawls of Mona. We look at his time in a moment just to see what the time was as he crossed the finish line here, 1:57.29. So you're looking at them, all the other times with all the other runners crossing the finish line. Dakers, his teammate, 2 minutes flat and 82. And certainly it is a big disparity in the times, but you could have seen how easily he completed that one. And 2:02.92 to Duncan. So Duncan had his chance, but he couldn't hold his form coming home, and eventually he lost out to Dakers, who was able to pass him in the straightaway and finish in second place for another Mona 1-2. So they are racking up the points here and putting even more distance between them and the other participants. Another, but he doesn't. That's not a successful jump. He gets the red flag for that, so that wouldn't count. So those are the winners of the 1500 meter event. For men. So Miller is going to step forward now. Alexander Miller from Mona is going to step forward to take the men's 1500 meter event. 4:32.20 his winning time. Marshall was second in 4:35, and Clark was third in 4:36.75. Clark. Also of Cave Hill. So those are your top 3 in that event. So there might just be one other jump, or they're going to try and, well, we see the participant from Cave Hill getting ready to make his jump, his long jump, and maybe trying to see if he could get into medal position at this point in time. This is where they, on conk back, it might be that he might still be in position to challenge. And the jump is it a safe one? It is. Yes, it is a good one, but it's probably not far enough. And you could see the disappointment on his face there. Would have been hoping to go a little bit further. See if he can. So we have another jumper getting ready to try and tickle the sand from St. Augustine at this point in time. We have Joshua Barkley, who has been jumping very well. Also jumping well is Joel Williams, who is on the runway right now. Let's see if he can produce something special here. And with that heavily strapped knee, he's probably a little hesitant. But again, he's probably just happy to come out of that and not be, or not aggravating the injury. And but so far so good. And he will get a measurement, but I don't think it's going to be the measurement he would have been looking for. More medals being presented here this morning as athletes, after putting out the effort, picking up their just rewards. We're getting ready for the women's 200 meters, way over in the distance. And again, they originally had this as 2 heats, so now they've sort of combined them. So it looks like all 8 lanes are occupied. So we see what they come up with. It looks like in lane 1, we have the runner from Global in lane 1. Now there's somebody there probably setting the blocks for her to make sure that she doesn't like hurt herself coming out of the blocks. You kind of have to practice running out of the blocks it can actually. So we're looking at the women's 200-meter dash. So the 800-meter is all set to go. And they are off and running in the 800 meters. And again, it's a good start. But here comes Mona once more, both in lanes 3, 2, and 4, as they put away, trying hard there and running. But it's going to be twisted. Can St. Augustine get there? St. Augustine is trying. St. Augustine can win it. St. Augustine just misses out. Well, just on the line, literally trying her best there, and it looked as if coming in Hannah Bell from UE Mona running in lane 4, Sylvan in 6:25.70, Bell in 25.72, and Lyons and what a finish that was, because that could have gone horribly wrong for Mona, because they were both basically surfing when it came to the finish line, but Sylvan just had enough, 25.70, 25.72. You look at it here, and the hands are flailing all over the place and closing all the time, just getting there. Actually, whoa, St. Augustine looked like they had actually won that race. Right on the line there is Faith Sylvan. Yes, she did. And you look at it again, Sylvan came right there and won the race just ahead of the runner inside of her, running in lane 4, Hannah Bell. And, of course, in third place, running on the inside, also out of Mona, would have been Saffron Lyons. So what a finish then. What a upset. Faith Sylvan from St. Augustine taking first place ahead of the Jamaican pair, or the Mona pair of Hannah Faith Bell, and of course in third place would have been Saffron Lyons, also of Mona. And so I would imagine she would be the toast of the campus in St. Augustine after that result, winning the women's 200-meter event. Faith Sylvan doing it in style. And of course, now the focus is on the men's 200-meter. And looking to maybe regain that mystique there. Mona, I'm sure, wouldn't be happy with that outcome. And the men would probably try to put things right, as they say. They did the double in the 100s. So this one, they split them into two. So unlike the women's race where they combine the two, so this will be a time final. So your time is what is going to get you your placing. Although the second heat is expected to be the faster heat, but we'll see. Is Hayward in 1, Newton in 2, Batiste in 3, 4, 5, and 6 is Richards, and in 7th is Smith. So they're asking them to get up again. So once again, running out of lane 3, we have Ricardo Hayward of UE, 5 Islands. Kevion Newton runs out of lane 4 from Cave Hill. Michael Batiste runs out of lane 5 from St. Augustine. Kyle Richards from Mona runs in lane 6, and Andre Smith from Global runs in lane 7. So those are the participants as they get ready to get back in their blocks. They were asked to stand up a short while ago. And so they're just waiting now on the instructions from the officials so that they can get everything. And I think there was a chair or so close. Is that what they're holding up the race about? I'm not sure, but we'll wait to see if everything is in order. It doesn't seem as if there's anything on the track that should detract from the runners, but they're still holding, waiting. So the women's 200 is just on pause for the moment, and I think they're just moving the cones from off the track, because when the runners finish their races, they probably don't want them running into those cones. So once they get them off the track, I think they'll be fine. So here we go. Again, the men's 200 meters. Hayward in 3, Newton in 4, Batiste in 5, Richards in 6, and Smith in 7. There they go. And quickly out of the blocks there, working very hard, is Kyle Richards of Mona, and he has just bolted and is screaming down the track. This is a no contest, but on his inside, running well from Cave Hill, is Kevion Newton, who is trying to get there. St. Augustine is also trying to get up as well. Michael Batiste, and but what a finish that was. Richards, from, as they say, from pole to pole, he just took off and never really made it a contest at all. Kyle Richards left nothing in doubt there as to who was the superior athlete in that race. So from start to finish, he had them covered in that one and really just blew the field away. 21:36 to take it in impressive fashion indeed. So Batiste would have finished 3rd. But what a fantastic run that was. You could see it from the moment he set off. It was curtains. He just looked superior to everybody else. Now look at here. Did Batiste from St. Augustine get up in time? Nickel Batiste might have just gotten up in time there to take 3rd. Let's see, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Yes, indeed, Batiste did get that 3rd place. Kevion Newton of Cave Hill was 2nd. So coming up in a short while will be the second half of the men's 200. Sakiti Mead of 5 Islands in 3, Leroy Walker of Global in 4, Karen Pierre of UE St. Augustine in 5, Jonathan Best of Cave Hill in 6, and Darian Skerritt of Mona in 7. So again, we're looking at some of the javelin throws taking place. And the men's 200 meters is also on top. The second half of this race, remember, it's a time final. So the time is what is going to stand out. And the time to beat is that 21:38 that we saw from Kyle Richards. So can anybody better that one? So those the 400-meter men. Again, Muno 1-2. So now back to the 200-meter event, the second half, the second timed final. And let's see if they can better that 2:31 that Kyle Richards had posted. Mead in 3, Walker in 4, Pierre in 5, Best in 6, and Skerritt in 7. And again, we're looking at Skerritt bolting and really just flying around the track. He's trying to better the time of his countrymate, and he's on his way, pushing hard. And St. Augustine on the inside there, Karen Pierre is trying to stay with him, but there's no stopping him. And in third place, doing very well from Global, is Leroy Walker. And Leroy Walker, certainly an all-round athlete. He's one of the best basketball players, as is also one of the best volleyballers as well. And showing that he does have a little bit of sprinting capabilities with him. And Green 24-21. 21:30. Skerritt in 21:33, and Pierre so this was a much rather very close time, those two. 21:33, 22:41. And of course, Best was third in 24:16. So it's very close indeed between the two Mona runners, Darian Skerritt and Kyle Richards. It's just a fraction of a second separating the two. And we'll see what the judges actually come up with when it's all said and done. But certainly amazing sprinting from the two Mona Campus runners. And you get the impression they run with in the back of their minds, they don't want to be the ones to drop the baton, if you know what I mean. They don't want to be the ones to kind of lower the standard. So everybody kind of gives their best when they go out there to run. Because they know that there are a number of other athletes who are probably just eager to represent. So if you get the opportunity, then you have to show up and show out, as they say, and get the job done. So So it looks like the men's high jump has also concluded. And we get that result for you. The women's javelin is continuing at a pace. And again, it's another event where you see the big disparity. The ones who are like new to it, to that discipline, won't throw very far. The ones who are accustomed and who are trained will probably uncork some big distances. So you'll see huge disparities in the distances covered, and also you'll see a big difference in the technique, the way the javelin lands. A lot of the ladies will throw the javelin, it would land flat and skid, and the better ones will throw it so that it lands and sticks. And that's when you could tell that they have some experience in competing and throwing, and even just the approach. Some people just stand there and wrong their arms and throw it, as you saw there, and the javelin could land anyhow. When they do that, there's no rhythm, there's nothing to propel the javelin forward a fair distance, and then you might see an athlete just step out, take a long run up, and uncork a massive throw. And I think from the ones that I've seen while we were on other events, one was from Mona and the other one was from St. Augustine, and they were two pretty decent throws. In fact, I'm looking at the young lady now from St. Augustine getting ready to throw, and she may very well show, give an idea of, if not her, some maybe her teammate, but she did have a good run up. This one, it seemed like she's just going to amble up and release it. There you go. And so it's not much by way of distance. So it's really this is where the air gets rare, because I would imagine the better throwers, if they've separated themselves, now they're the ones who are going to pretty much take control of this event, because we've seen a big disparity in the distances that they cover. And not sure which of the athletes now will be going off to through. They all seem very comfortable in the shade. I would too, given the kind of heat that is out there. But here we go. So the young lady from Mona is going to throw. So we anticipate that she will be able to just look at the distance she's prepared to run. So let's see, she does have a good throw up her sleeve. And slightly better, but still not as good as her teammate, because her teammate did throw one that traveled a fair distance, almost twice that distance earlier. So let's see if they're able to repeat that. I know it's hot, but I don't think it's going to cut down the distances by that much. And if your technique is good, then your distances don't really diminish, or you don't cut it by that much. Here we go again. Another athlete who is just ready to amble up to the line and through. So it's not, in terms of technique, a very efficient approach, but that's even a little better, and that's what I was talking about. The javelin is going to slide and it's not going to stick. But the men and women who are judging there, they are trained as to pick up where it landed first, and that's the marker that they will give. So even if it doesn't stick, they still So St. Augustine would have finished second, Cave-Hill would have finished third, and Mona would be the ones who finished in first place. So again, congratulations to Mona. And St. Augustine ran very well, but there was no stopping Mona in the 4x1 relay. The men. So now we're looking at St. Augustine on the track. Here she comes. This could be a big one as she uncorks. And just no real distance from her. Surprising. Just barely getting it over that marker there, and I think she would have fouled it, so she's not happy with it. So, yeah, so those are the athletes having received their medals, and the guys from Mona again celebrating with their medals. A lovely picture, is a good keepsake for all of them as they now come together as a group and at the same level now take another excellent picture portrait. One that they would like to keep for an extended period of time. And St. Augustine right there. So congratulations again to the men relay winners. So it looks as if I'm not sure if the women's javelin event is completed, but everybody seemed to be nicely huddled under the tent. So whether or not they will continue, if it's just the top three athletes will now compete, or if they've pretty much settled who is whom among the top three. And so we also have the women's jump event coming up. And they're probably just trying to make sure they get the height right. So the next height that the athletes will be jumping. Just trying to make sure that they get the height correct on both sides. So that will be the height that they're going at now. As they testing to make sure that the bar actually sits in the groove properly as well. And they measure it on the sides and then in the middle to make sure that the height is consistent throughout. So now they're going to lock it in place and make sure that it stays there for the duration of this particular jump. And we'll see how they're able to navigate from here now. So just a couple jumpers disputing this height now. You see the officials very meticulous about how they lock this machine, this apparatus into place so that it could withstand a heavy knock also. And again, the more measurements to ensure that the height that the athletes are jumping at is in fact the perfect height. So they're just waiting now as we get ready. You could see the athlete way out in the distance. He's over the track. He's going to start his approach to try to come into that high jump. And just trying to get the visualization right. He's trying to see himself running and jumping. So that's part of what. So you have to see it in your mind first before you could actually do it. And that's where the concentration levels are now. You count the steps kind of thing and see where you're planting, then where you're taking off and how you're going over. The bar, of course, the Fosbury flop, which is that sort of backward flip that you kind of go over head first and then your legs follow after. So he's working overtime there, don't just concentrating. I don't think he needs to hurry because I think there's only like two of them left. There are only two of them left in this particular event right now, trying to probably set a new mark. Still working out. So here you go. He has his foot on the marker, and maybe now he's ready to make this attempt. This could be a important attempt for him at this new height. And here we go. And he almost had it, and just at the last moment couldn't get that foot to flick out there. The man from Cave Hill unable to successfully complete that jump. But he was, as you say, 3/4 of the way over. The height was good. It's just that little technique and the timing into when to release the legs is where he's probably just falling down, and then he's kind of dropping on the bar as opposed to going over the bar. And so it's really just the technique, just that part of the technique that he probably needs to sort out. And I don't think he's finished as yet. I want to believe he may want to try it again, maybe after he cools down. I'm just looking at his teammate there. I know there were two of them competing, and maybe his teammate has decided enough is enough, and he's going to call it a day. But it's one of those technical events where everything has to be right. The run-up has to be right. The setup has to be right. The actual jump has to be right. The timing has to be right. And then even while you're in the air, all that contortion that you're doing with your body also has to be spot on as you go over. And so you're jumping straight, and then you're twisting, and then you're also leading with your arm and your head to go over the bar. So it's a whole scenario that your body goes through when you attempt the men's jump. Well, the jumps now, because the high jump, because the women are also very efficient in that technique as well.
And before, most people used to jump what we call the traditional jump. Jump with your legs first and then just kind of jump over the bar. But most people now realize that was not an efficient way to do it. And this jump is probably a lot more efficient, I should say, not a little more, a lot more efficient. And so the technique is a lot better now, and we find the heights are a lot better as well. And so both the men and the women have been able to excel in this event using that technique to their advantage. So it's another one of the events that will do very well. So here he is again. He's probably going to do another marker to see if he could correct his technique to some degree. And I'm not seeing any of the officials out there, so I don't know if he's just going to practice his run-up, and until the officials come, he can't jump. And so now I see them making their way to the bar. And so it's not like he could just jump on his own. It wouldn't really stand the test. So it has to be supervised at all times if you're going to attempt an event like this. So let's see how he does. More medals. Cahill in third, and Jamaica 1-2 again. And that would have been in the 400 meters that we saw earlier. So here we go again. I will try another jump at this height. The bar hasn't moved. It's the same height as before. You can see him deep in concentration here. He needs this one to try to get over. Just trying to paint that picture in his mind of how he's going to get over this bar now. There he goes. And he almost had it again. You could just see almost 3/4 of his body was over. And it's just that leg, that trailing leg, or just because remember your body you're pretty much falling on your head almost at that stage. So the idea is to still have the composure and the presence of mind to kind of kick the leg out to avoid the bar. And so there's a lot going on there. It's not easy to do it, and to get the timing right and to effect a jump like that. But I think he would be, in his mind, he might be thinking, I could make this jump at this height. But it might just be little things that he probably just needs to tweak a little bit. And you look at it too, it might just be the takeoff and how he sets up. And then when he gets there to turn, flip, and then, because you can't see, at that time you're not really seeing your legs, you just going with the timing, that you picture in your mind where the bar was, where your leg is supposed to be, and then the timing is to kick it out and get it away from the bar. So it's not the easiest of events before. It's a very technical event as well. And so you commend them for pushing at it. And the officials are probably giving them time to relax a little bit, just to gain some of their strength, and then maybe have another go at it in a short while, because it's very hot out there. And it's not easy. They can't, and because they don't have 10 or 12 other competitors. It means they can't jump every time like that. They'll be jumping themselves into the ground literally. So they give them a little time to recover, just like if there were 8 or 9 other competitors. So they'll have to wait until those guys jump also, and then go back. So it's a lot going on for them. We see. In the meantime, the women's long jump is warming up. The participants are getting a feel for the track conditions here at the Hasely Crawford Stadium. And then we also see the men's javelin. Some of the participants over there now getting ready to start their event. In the meantime, prizes are still being distributed. So we're looking at the winner of the 400 meter, now making her way over to receive her award. Sarah Pereira doing the number, very good performances. And one of the other things you notice is the variety of hairstyles you get in the women's event these days. It's like every athlete has a different hairstyle or a different way they present themselves. But a lot of hair and nails. So that might be it for the men's high jump event, because the bar has been lowered, and a suggestion that the jump is pretty much over.
Dr. Roy McCray, Dean of the Faculty of Sport, will continue the distribution of these awards. Men 200 meter dash, top 3 are as follows. In third position from UEK, Chidi, Chairman of the LOC and Deputy Principal of St. Augustine, to do us the lead form for this sponsor. Women 800 meter run awards are as follows. You're gonna have many months. In third position, from Cape Hill, Ciara Beckers. Ciara girl, well done. Look at Ciara there. Beside my shit. Love mercy. Lovely. In second position, from Mona Campus, Christian Flores. Hey, hey! Hi, Christian. The real white team out of Mona and her campus colleague in a time of 2 minutes, 42.73 seconds. It is Philana Johnson. Thank you very much, Professor Derek Chidi, Chairperson of the LOC and Deputy Principal of the St. Augustine campus. Medical needed urgently at the long-term area now. Medical personnel needed urgently by the long-term area. The white tent in front of the main stand. Urgently. Recognizing members of the Allied Universal, the Allies, is a team here. Also recognizing the noteworthy and powerful service of Drs. Ray Andrew and Ajani Sibram of UWI. They're providing medical service to the Army team today, and we're very eternally grateful for that. Having a football match very soon. Some very distinguished figures. And make sure they warm up properly. No room for giving no additional work to the medical expertise. But they warm up properly, right. The only thing goes. They're looking beautiful on their own face. I can show you that beautiful display from the board.
So as we're looking at here, we're looking at the men's javelin competition is getting ready to heat up here now. And again, we also saw some footballers doing their bit. And the women's long jump event is also taking place simultaneously as the javelin, and they matched in honor of Garth Taylor. The football match, that is also set to go off in a short while. But we're looking at the women's long jump. So they too will be, I'm sure, keen to put on some good performances, although it has to be said we saw the heat taking its toll on one or two of the athletes. It's very hot outside, it's scorching hot, and it could be uncomfortable at times. But again, it's all about keeping the athletes hydrated and making sure that they don't just drink water when they're thirsty, but drink it at regular intervals. Even when you're not thirsty, it's always advised, especially under these harsh conditions, that you just drink a lot of water, consume a lot of liquids. But if you just say consume a lot of liquids, how Trinis are. They might say, Ruskin say consume liquids, and they may not even consider water, but other drinks. And so you have to be very specific. And I think water is the best option under these conditions. Anything else, you could put yourself in even more trouble. And so you wait to see. But as it looks there now, the men's javelin is also heating up, as is the women's long jump event. And it's more of the same in terms of the disparity in the quality of the standard of the performances. You're going to see some athletes who barely reach the pit. Then you're going to see others who fly across the pit. So it's always a interesting scenario when you have multi-sport or multi-discipline events like these. And many of the athletes are sort of multi-talented and they're multitasking. They're competing in various sporting disciplines. So as the women get ready to do their things, so as the ladies start their campaign, similarly the men's javelin is on tap as well, and we're starting to see some decent throws taking place here now, and an indication that the quality is fairly high. If you notice, they just passed one of the judges, one of the officials in white, a fair distance away, and that's because the javelin landed there a short while ago. Here's another one. That's a pretty big one as well, and dropping in the center circle on the football field, almost on the half line. And that's a monster throw. Somebody said Keyshawn Walcott. Well, that man and uncorked a beauty there. And so that is a good 50 meters or more. That's a monster throw. And he would tell you he probably didn't get it just right. But it had height and it had distance. And that's the key when you're doing a javelin. And you want to make sure that it flies through the air and it carries the distances. And look at him, he's really loving the applause that he's getting. And I'm not sure what the distance is, but we'll find that out for you subsequently. But whatever it is, he seems very happy with it. And the athlete from the Five Islands campus. So he is as pleased as punch at the moment. And now we have the UE from UE St. Augustine, the athlete, getting ready. And again, nowhere near what we just saw. Now Cave Hill will try to get some distance, some height and distance with their throw as well. So here we go again. Man from Cave Hill. That's another beauty, but again, he doesn't get the height. He certainly had a lot of speed, but because he didn't get the height, it doesn't travel the distance that I'm sure he would have been hoping for. But he will measure it. At least he has a measurement on the board. Just about 30 meters, or roughly, I think is the distance. Just over 30 meters. 98 centimeters. So of course, as you talk about these games, you can't help but think of the likes of a Jehu Gordon, who was at the University of the West Indies, and of course brought tremendous pride and joy to the entire UE family. With a splendid record. And of course Grace Jackson is also a former Jamaican Olympian who is based here at UE St. Augustine. And she is making a presentation here today also. So we're waiting to see the next athlete who will present himself for the next throw. Here we go, but he doesn't have the javelin in his hands. He's just warming up, trying to get the timing and the technique right. seem like the breeze is interfering with the tape. And so the officials are just trying to sort out the tape. Well, apart from the hot sun, we do have a fair breeze blowing out there, which is good, because if it was hot and still, it would have been very sticky and almost unbearable. Here we go. See, this another good javelin, just short of the one before, but still a brilliant effort indeed. Also landing in the center circle, but on the northern half of the field, as opposed to the one that went over the half line. And so just looking at the measurements taking place. Of course, we do apologize. We're not privy to that measurement just yet, but as soon as it comes available, we will share it with you. So we have another athlete from the Five Islands getting ready to make an attempt here. Of course, it was his colleague who uncorked that beauty earlier. And I must admit, I've been covering javelin events here at the stadium for years, and I've yet to see somebody actually go that far. I'm trying to remember how far Keyshawn Walcott threw his. I think he had 72 meters. So Keyshawn's would have been landing somewhere just where this gentleman was walking, going there. But generally, somebody to just come and almost casually uncork one that crosses the half line is an achievement in itself. For another measurement, we have another athlete who is getting ready to attempt his throw in the men's javelin. Golden Clampus. Again, you could see the big disparity. We just had one over the half line. We had one just prior to the half line. And then we have one that just barely passed the penalty area. Yeah, so you figure it out yourself in terms of the technique and the quality of the athletes one to the other. Here comes St. Augustine, but again, the throw is not nearly far enough, just getting outside the penalty area. Unfortunately, the national footballers won't be here in Trinidad for much longer, in the sense that they have a trip to Russia. So, if I'm not mistaken, I think they might be leaving maybe sometime this weekend, or should be leaving by today or tomorrow, because the games will be coming up shortly. And of course, all eyes will be on the World Cup, which starts June the 11th, and we have. This is probably the first World Cup we're going to have, 3 opening ceremonies. We have one in one in Canada, one in Mexico, and one in the United States. And it's 48 teams, so in all it's like 108 games. It's plenty football. in a 31-day span thereabouts. So it's a lot of football action. And when you consider the French Open would have just finished, so you could go from tennis, the English Premier League, La Liga, Italian League, the Liga in France, and all the major leagues, Bundesliga in Germany, have all now finished their regular seasons. And so you just had your fill of football, although this weekend has really the creme de la creme in the Champions League final. Like I said, tennis is going on. You have the French Open taking place. And the big news today, of course, is that Sinner, the number 1 seed, has been knocked out in the first week of these championships. So that in itself is a bit of a stunner. We just also had the Giro d'Italia cycling, because it's all leading up to the Tour de France, which is the big one coming up. And sometimes that tends to clash with Wimbledon. So if you're a sports fan and you live in Europe, you're probably in seventh heaven. It's another monster throw. But I think he got a red flag, so they won't mark it. But he just stepped over the line. And it was a good throw too, but it doesn't count. So there are your long jump champions. Ricketts is out of Mona campus, and then flanked by the 2 participants out of Cave Hill, Laurie and is it Fitz? So we have shot put coming up in a little bit as well, but that won't start for probably another hour or so. And we also had listed the discus event, so maybe they might take place simultaneously or thereabouts. And so we'll see what transpires there. So and we have goodies in the room, and there's another decent throw from Cave Hill. Gets the white flag, so it will count once they measure it. But right now he's probably within 3rd place, not near the distance that we saw earlier. In fact, I'm not sure anybody will challenge that distance. So again, the javelin event is another very technical event, and but based on the outstanding throws that we've seen, it suggests that there are some really talented students who are focusing on the javelin, even if not totally, but with tremendous potential in the javelin event. So Cave Hill now getting ready. The athlete out of Cave Hill trying to see if he can get among the top 3. He's had a good throw earlier. Let's see if he can replicate this now. That's another good one. And where does it land? Brilliant show indeed. That one landed over the half line as well. So another beast of a throw. And the competition is on. Really, what a throw that is. Just landing it just beyond the half line. And again, that suggests that there are some outstanding athletes there who are making their presence felt. We have Damian Roach and Calvin Marcus doing the honors for Cave Hill. And now let's see what the response is going to be. Can the others even match these throws that we're seeing? Those are 2 huge throws. So let's see again. We see the participant coming from the Five Islands campus. Kyle Lowry stepping on to the podium. Also from Cave Hill, the high jump. So the duo from Cave Hill taking care of the high jump event. Kyle Lowry, we just saw him picking up a bronze medal, and now he's picked up a silver in the high jump. So he's having a good day. All he probably needs now is a goal to go with it to complete the set. So again, it would have been Tillon Mayers of Cave Hill with the first in the high jump, and Kyle Laurie. Those were the two men that we were observing jumping earlier, trying to outdo each other. And congratulations to them in the end. So we've seen some amazing javelin throws. Let's see if we will get anybody crossing the half line again. And no, folks, it's not a football match. And speaking of football match, we've seen the footballers come out and warm up, but it seems as if they've gone back inside because it's so hot. And I couldn't understand why they would put them to play in this blazing hot sun, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And so maybe they've decided maybe we should wait until it's a little bit later, maybe when the sun goes down. Because right now, to play under these conditions, you really is going to be asking a lot, especially of footballers who probably haven't really been playing much football and probably just want to sweat. But this is, you just walk out here, you get a sweat. You don't need to run at all. So it's really a situation here. Here's another monster throw. Just doesn't have the distance. Had height, but no distance from the man from Muna. So the 100-meter dash is also being prepared. That's the invitational race is coming up. So that's something else to look forward to. UWI St. Augustine is getting ready to have a go at the javelin event. And again, we've seen some really good throws so far. Jonathan McIntosh, and nothing near what we would have seen earlier from some of the other participants. Does got a white flag though, but it's nothing by comparison to what we would have seen earlier. So here goes Cave Hill once again in the men's javelin. Decent, but not far enough. Now for the invitational 100-meter event for men. We have just 5 runners in lanes 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And well, it seemed like there was a bit of a false start there, but but the runners actually stopped themselves. Normally, if you false start, you just keep going. If they don't blow the whistle to call you back, you win the race. But we see he very sportingly decided he was going to stop, which is I find so funny. So looking at the men's invitational, there was no women's invitational. That was supposed to go before. So we have the men's invitational. So lanes 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And he has actually been disqualified. The man in lane 3 has been disqualified. You see the runner from Burnley. And so very disappointing indeed after you warmed up and put in all the hard work. This happens. So here we go, and they're off and running. Burnley is in the middle there, but he's being flanked by the two men from Falcons. It's going to be tight, very tight indeed, and winning it and running out there in lane 6. And coming away with the victory. It's the University of St. John is the man who took care of business. Jeremiah St. John, University of the Southern Caribbean. That's 10.70 is his time, and he won it from, let's see, it looked like Burnley was right there. Isaiah John, and running a good race. Or is it Samuel Stewart? It is. Look at them there, almost blanket across the line, and they'll finish 1, 2, 3 in that order, with St. John's winning it ahead of the man from Burnley in Stewart. And in third place would have been Aaron Jack, also of the University of the Southern Caribbean. And that's a nice institution out there in Maracas, St. Joseph. Midway up, kind of like tucked away from everything, so to speak. And cool conditions normally prevail there. This is the women's long jump. We saw the men earlier, and now the women are taking center stage. And Cave Hill. Shakaya Kennedy among the participants in this one. And you can see her just pointing to the coach as if to indicate this is what happened, but I'm sure the coach will have other ideas and have other discussions. There are some of the UE St. Augustine students and athletes. Generating plenty of discussion. There was a big basketball game last night. I wonder who won. St. Augustine did. St. Augustine played Mona, and that's always a big clash. And there's no love lost. Sky Durham. Another good jump, but again, but you could just see the difference in the technique of the athletes who are sort of versed in this discipline and those who are maybe just competing for the fun of it. And you can just see how the distances will tell you a lot, and just the technique will tell you the other side of that story as well. As we've seen with those javelin events, we've seen some real monsters. In fact, I could count at least 3 of them went beyond the half line here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. And that in itself suggests some quality in this particular event. And now we have the women's 100 meter. And this is originally, this was a two legs, a timed final, but we'll see if they combine the two, if they're going to go ahead with the single event. And I want to believe they might go ahead with the single event, because you're seeing the 2 Mona sprinters out there. 2 from St. Augustine as well. 1 from Global and 1 from Five Islands. I'm not seeing a runner from Cave Hill campus. So we have runners in lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So 1 and 8 are free. And of course, the numbers, apparently these athletes were assigned new numbers, so these ladies are ready to go right now. They're primed and ready. So again, you see 1 from Global and 1 from Five Islands. Well, we now have a runner that just suddenly appeared from in lane 8. So maybe she was competing in the long jump event. So now she's going to try her hand in the women's 100 meter. Yep, she was just competing in the jumps. And she probably feels she's warm enough. Remember, it's not unusual for sprinters to be jumpers as well. I remember Carl Lewis, when he won his hoard of medals, it also included the long jumps. So he had the 100, the 200, the 4x1, and the men's long jump medal. So it's not unusual to find good jumpers as good sprinters. So let's see how they go in this one. So we have Chanel Williams from UWI St. Augustine. Mona has Bell, Hannah Faith Bell. Here they go, and unfortunately she never got out of the blocks, but here goes, just racing away, Mona once again, and it's Yui 2 and 3, St. Augustine 2 and 3. Mona Campos blows them away yet again, and making it look ridiculously easy. And I don't know if they're ever going to catch her. If she was still running, she would still be going. And we have the runner from Mona who just stopped in the blocks. And there she is, looking all cute and nice, walking down the track. At least she said she finished the race, but she just walked. I don't know if this is a protest or what, but she just never started and just took her time to complete the event. So they can't. So Bell 11:90 is her time. Fantastic finish indeed from her. And Lyons 56:35. She just crossed the line there. And Williams and Sylvan, the two. (12:35) and 12:42. So 11:90 to Hannah Faith Bell, and to Chanel Williams, 12:35 in second, and in third place was Faith Sylvan, both of St. Augustine. Look at it again, and she's just powering away. She resembles to a large extent the St. Lucian sprinter who shocked the world with Olympic gold recently, and she has similar build, similar stride patterns, and I'm sure she probably would have looked at her and seen what she was able to do, Julian Alfred, and try to compete or complete her, make her style similar to that. So, which is not unusual. Athletes always look for somebody that they can emulate. And Julian Alfred is certainly one of those that will inspire a lot of youngsters for generations to come. The women's long jump continuing. There are a few athletes who are still throwing in the javelin as well. But we should be seeing the men coming forward to their 100-meter event as well. So they should be arriving at the starting block shortly. You see the athletes, they're enjoying their day out here. Nice sunny conditions for them. While this is taking place, remember there are other events also on tap. And you're looking at the young lady who just ran the 100 meters for the Five Islands. She's now back on the line here, now getting ready to do another jump. So she just took a little breather in between the jumps to take a little sprint, stretch the legs a little bit. And here she goes. You can see she's tired because the technique is falling apart badly. But it's all part of university life and doing what is best for the team, because if she can get points, then that will help the overall standings, no doubt. And I'm sure they would like to finish ahead of Global Campus if they can in the standings. You see some of the supporters on a bit of a lunch break. In the meantime, as the stewards there smoothing out the sand, we can see the sprinters are getting ready for their 100-meter event. We just saw the women put on a nice performance, and the bell from Mona, as was to be expected, dominant. There's another jump from the Mona campus. So we're starting to see runners just warming up as they get ready for this 100-meter event for men. It looks like 7 of them are slated to go. So what was originally a time final has now been merged into one event. So we have in lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So So here we go again. For the men 100 meters final. And of course, an event that is always reminiscent of that Olympic Games in Canada in 1976. And the man after whom this stadium was named won gold. But here goes St. Augustine, Mona, and Mona again, careful, coming into the picture there. And it's Mona 1-2 again. So Darian Skerritt right there, and also doing well. So Skerritt 11.13 and Walker and Dorridge. Leroy Walker of Global 13.49 his time in Braydon, but Skerritt, Houston, and Newton 10.69. So you could see the top three there, the Mona duo plus Cave Hill coming in, Dorridge coming in there in third place. Women's long jump continues. So again, now St. Augustine also represented here. April Dagana. You look at the jump, I don't know if she hurt herself there, but she hasn't moved since she stepped in there. And yes, it looks like she might have twisted that ankle or something. She doesn't look like she's moving smoothly. So as we see, these ladies are still trying to separate themselves. Also saw the runners from the Invitational Men's 100 meters. There's another long through, but again, nowhere near some of what we saw early on when the guys actually reached the half line on the football field. So this is Jonelle Henry from Global. So again, we have already seen some outstanding sprinting in the men's and women's 100 and 200 meter events. We've had the 400s as well. We've had the 800s. And again, some good performances there. And we've also witnessed the high jump, the long jump from men. We're watching the long jump for women currently in place. We've also seen the women's javelin. And now we're looking at them, and we also saw the men's javelin as well. There's another big one. Ooh, just dropping short here. So the looking at the men's javelin again, one or two of the athletes still fighting for positions there. They're trying to see if they can outdo each other. So I think based on the numbers that they might have been hearing out there, I think the event is now officially over, the men's javelin. And as soon as we get those numbers for you, we'll be able to share them with you. But again, we did see some pretty impressive throws, it has to be said. And not by the same athlete, but by 2 or 3 different athletes. And it would be nice if they line them up and say, okay guys, you have one more throw each. Let's see who can do what. And certainly make a spectacle of it. Right now the conditions are still very hot indeed. We have like the women's 3,000 meters still to come. The men's shot put, the women's 800 medley relay, the men's 800 medley relay, the men's 5,000 meter run, and then we close off with the women's 4x4 relay and the men's 4x4 relay. So quite a bit still to come, not much, but those are some interesting relay events upcoming. The rhythm section also adding some atmosphere here at the Hasely Crawford Stadium on a beautiful sunny day. I think we're looking at, is it that we only have 3 runners in this 3,000 meter for women? So there you can see the start of the women's 3,000 meter event, and only 3 participants in this one. This is a very demanding race, one would have to say. And so the javelin has been completed. The women's long jump has been completed. The men's high jump also completed. And we've had the sprints completed. So it's really, after this, it's just the 800 medley relay. The men's 5,000, the men's and women 800 medley. The men and women 4x4 relay, and of course the men's 5,000 meters. So just a sprinkling of events left in this one. As you can see, the runners, they're ready down to a real crawl now. It's a very hot day. So you've got Philana Johnson and Chrisanne Florius. And Florius right there from Mona. And we have Tashonte Weeks out of Cave Hill in second place, but now she's taken over first. So those are the 3 participants there, and as I say, this is going to be a slow burn around this track. And to be really running in these conditions is really punishing the body as well as the mind. You have to be really strong in the mind not to quit in an event like this, because it's so hot that you just try to do the best you can under these conditions. And almost like so here they come again, just coming around into the final straightaway. So no noticeable change here. Cave Hill from Mona and Mona. And the 2 participants again from Mona, Philana Johnson and Chrisanne Florius. And as you can see, the runners are doing the smart thing. They're not really overextending themselves under these harsh conditions. It really is a demanding event and the hot conditions only add to that. And she just slowed down to get some water, but here she's again back in the front. And I would imagine these runners are not keen on going too fast. They just taking their time, and then of course the third runner, who is more or less guaranteed a medal, is also just taking it easy at the back. So it's like a bit of a stroll. So when they come back, they'll see they still have another 3 laps to go. But as it is right now, they're just coasting out there. Fernanda Johnson, Shante Weeks, and of course Christian Flores. And now we see a slight change in proceedings. We're looking at Flores working her way to the front. And she's opened up a nice gap here. I don't think she's sprinting away, but she's just easing away gradually. 2 things are at play here. She kind of increases her cadence and her tempo. And you're looking at Weeks' sort of, she hasn't come to a crawl, but she's certainly slowed down significantly. And that has allowed the leader of the event to kind of go forward. And with every stride, she seems to be opening up the gap a little bit more. So again, very calm, very collected, and just like that, she's just opened up a very sizable lead. And I don't think it's ever going to be caught, unless, of course, she comes to a screeching halt, which has happened in the past, where runners are so far in front that you think it's a foregone conclusion. And then, whap, something happens and they can't continue and whatever. And then here comes the winner from behind. So it's always important to finish your races, and you might be encouraged to be the host or something for the day, or whatever it is, whatever club it is. And if you can just finish the race, and you can just be elevated if the one in the front runs into problems and can't finish. So she'll see that when she does all of this, she still has 2 laps to go. I don't think she has any energy to wave to the crowd. She takes another glance back to see what is happening behind her. What she's seen is a teammate is running into second place. Now we're looking at her. It's a 1-2 again from Mona as they now cruise into first and second place, and Kefel in third. It's only 3 of them out there, but they're doing the hard yards. So Mona, whether it's sprints or distance events, they are stamping their authority on these UE Games 2026. They've been very outstanding in the men's volleyball. They lost a tough one to St. Augustine in the basketball last night. I know that isn't sitting well with them, but in the main, I think they've kind of won back some of the love from their supporters with some outstanding performances here today as they continue to set up a repeat as champions of these games. So here she comes to the line now. She's coming for the bell, so she will take the bell. 1 lap to go as she go rolling around. So Philana Johnson of Mona in second place and some distance behind the overall leader of the event, Christian Flores. So look at the distance that she has opened up now, and you can see her now just beginning to put it on, but she doesn't look all that comfortable, but she's maybe just trying to increase her pace a little bit. But you can see that she's okay. She takes another glance as if to suggest, well, she's just surveying the damage she has done behind there. As if to say, you're not going to catch me, but she's still going. And it suggests then that here's your winner coming to the finish line once again. So it's Christian Flores from Mona. And her partner in crime, Philana Johnson, is right behind her. So Flores wins it. Just about 14 and a half minutes. Johnson is also comfortably there. And the third place finisher and the third participant, is now entering the 200-meter marker, so she still has another 200 meters to go before she comes home. So here she comes from Cave Hill campus in Barbados. And she too is getting a good applause as she makes her way to showing true grit and determination. It's what the games are all about. Miss Weeks coming across the finish line now to end her run. Gets a little energy as she comes towards the finish line. And finishes, you could see the pain on the face. Florius, 14:34.34. And Bartholomew, or rather Johnson, 14:48. So those are the three finishers there. Christian Florius in 14:34.34, 14:48.87 to Felana. And in third place, it Shante Weeks out of Cave Hill in 15:56 thereabouts. And the rhythm section really trying to hot things up here even more at the Hasely Crawford Stadium. So remember, the men's 5,000 meters is another long event coming up. But before that, we more than likely will get the women's 800 medley and the men's shot put. We anticipate some of the same men who threw the javelin will also participate in the shot put event coming up.
They were very much involved in all of them. All the Southern aim to the Rhythm Army out of St. Augustine. Bear in mind that we have the shot triple jump will be done very soon in front of the main stand. We also have the men's shot put that is being done on the outfield. The weight of the shot is 7.26 kg. And the athletes involved are Jason Pierre of Global, Shepcon Gonzalez of St. Augustine, Steve Edwards of Pomona, Kevin Hines of the Cave, Michael Warren of Global, Aki McCollum of Cave Hill, and Leonardo Newland of Pomona, all involved in the men's shot put finals. Selector Junior was there. After here, the rhythm section, the Rhythm Army, all of St. Augustine. You can bring the vacuum. Go to the next level. Come on. Go to the next level. Yeah.
So as you can see on the track here, we have the runners participating in the women's medley relay event, the 800 meter, 1 by 1 by 2 by 4 is basically how it is. So this group will run 100. The next group they'll hand over to their partners after 100 meters, just beyond the shot there. And then we're going to have the 200 meter runners, or the runners at the 200 meter mark, run 200 meters to finish right where these are starting. And in the bottom of the screen you could see the 5 runners waiting there to receive the baton. They are the ones who will be running the 400 meter leg. So it's 1 by 1 by 2 by 4 for the medley relay for women. They'll have one similar for men coming up right after this one. In lane 1, or rather in lane 2, we have 5 Islands. In lane 3, we have Global. In lane 4, St. Augustine. In lane 5, Cave Hill. And in lane 6, Mona Campus. So they are the ones favored again in this one. But we've seen Cave Hill put in a challenge on occasion. We've seen Yui put in a challenge on occasion. We just saw this young lady jumping a little while ago. So they are all multitasking as we go through the closing stages of this event, the UE Games 2026, the track and field event. So everybody trying to help their team get points. So wherever you can get the points, you're going to take it. Because at the end of the day, they may all very well factor for this one. So here we go. In this medley, the first leg is the 100, the first of 2 100 meter legs. And again, 1 by 1 by 2 by 4. It all starts here in these blocks. 2 is Global. 2 is 5 Islands. 3 is Global, 4 is UE, 5 is Cave Hill, and 6 is Mona. And it's Mona who's going to hand off first. UE right there, St. Augustine, that is right there as well. But there goes Mona, and St. Augustine is trying to make up the stagger, and they've completed the first 200 meters. UE, St. Augustine, UE, Mona out front. St. Augustine trying to stay in contention in second. Cave Hill is trying there, but on the inside, here comes the 5 Islands as they try to come in lane number 2 there. But it's Mona who they are just rotating down the track here. St. Augustine though is closing quickly, still closing, but they will hand off first Mona, UE second. In third place, 5 Islands, and in fourth it is Cave Hill. And you can see Global still trying to come in to hand off their baton. It's going to take them a while to do that. In the meantime, the others are right up there. Now St. Augustine has taken the lead. Can they hold it? St. Augustine going flying up the back straight away. I wonder if she has anything in the tank to come home with. Mona is closing. So too is the 5 Islands closing on Mona. Well. Could this be the upset of the day? Because 5 Islands is closing. The same young lady we were talking about. Does she have it in her? She was jumping in the ladies' long jump. She ran in the 100 meters. And here is St. Augustine flying towards the finish line to win this event in impressive fashion. Mona has actually dropped to third, and they could finish fourth. Cave Hill is closing on them. Yui wins it. 5 Islands second. Cave Hill is coming for third. Mona is trying to hold. Mona cannot hold. St. Augustine from 5 Islands, from Cave Hill, and Mona, big shock, finishes in fourth, and Global will finish in fifth. What a finish there for St. Augustine. That could be the upset of the day. But spare a thought for 5 Islands. They finished an impressive second. Third place goes to Cave Hill. And of course, Mona finishes fourth. and Global finishes in 5th place. What an event that is. And that's just one of two, because the men will do a similar thing here now, as they too will go 1, 1, 2, and 4. St. Augustine 1:51.78 their winning time. And Five Islands 1:55.47. Well, if they don't win another event, that second place finish is going to suit them just fine. And KFL 2:00.23. What a performance that is there from UE St. Augustine. And when she took off, she just blew past, because she actually got the baton second. And the runner from Mona had a fair distance on her, but she didn't care about that at all. She just took off and just blew past her after the first 100 meters, and then went up the back straight away and just kept pouring it on to come home, to the point where the runner from the Five Islands also, who took the baton third, didn't give up. In fact, she clobbered Cave Hill first and then tracked down the Mona runner to finish in second place in an impressive display of determined running indeed. Now it's the turn of the men. Can they produce a similar outcome? But we only have 3 teams here. We have Mona, Cave Hill, and Global. Those are the 3 teams in the men medley relay. So no St. Augustine and no Five Islands, at least so far on the track. It looks like it's just going to be those 3 going in this one. So Mona in 3, Cave Hill in 4, and Global in 5. So those are the 3 finalists. So you look at this field here, these 3 runners just waiting. They're the ones who are going to run 400 meters. So just waiting to receive the baton. And but these are the men who will start. And I would imagine Global Campus must be inspired by that performance from Five Islands, because while the top 3, UE St. Augustine, UE Mona, and UE Cave Hill, might be the ones battling for the top 3 placings overall, Global and Five Islands might have a battle of their own to see who will finish ahead of each other. So that second place finish there could carry great significance down the road, and to see where they finish in the general classification. We know Global, their numbers are probably smaller than some of the other contingents, and they're also suffering probably with injuries, because we've seen a number of athletes walking around with their hands in braces or with bandages, a lot of tape all over the place. And of course we had the one unfortunate incident with Franklin fracturing his kneecap. I think he has a meniscus problem, and he was one of the best all-round athletes that we've seen. So here we go now for the men's medley relay, the 800 medley. Remember again, it's 100 by 100 by 200 by 400. That's how they're going to do it. We had a very interesting women's race, but let's see if the men can do a similar thing. We have Mona on the inside, Cave Hill on their outside, and there goes the runner from Global. He's pulled up, so it's just a 2-horse race now. And can Cave Hill close the gap here? And I don't think they can, because Mona is going to run away with this one. Cave Hill will try, but it's a foregone conclusion there. And the runner just got there. The man from Global actually stumbled out the blocks, and you could see him clutching his hamstring, it looks like. And there were Mona, though, meantime, is pouring it on as they look to open up a big enough gap here that it's not going to matter what happens the rest of the way. But give the men from Global credit, they're still fighting back here. Can they do something in the end? And then they drop the baton, so that pushes them back even further. And so it always says the main thing is to get the baton around. Doesn't matter how quick you are, if the baton drops, it takes up time to pick it back up and go again. And now the man from Kerrville has pulled up. So if the runner from Global can in fact just hold his own, the man from Kerrville is jogging right now. So let's keep an eye on that as we look at the winner coming here. Mona going to take this quite convincingly, but does the runner from Global have it in him? The man from Kerrville is struggling. He is in pain. Can he hold on? Here comes Global. He's trying. He is trying. He's trying, but he might just run out of real estate. And he just makes it over the line. Well. That could have been real if they didn't drop that baton. I tell you this, he probably would have found him. He would have caught him. That is just the difference there. And that's so important to just make sure you hand off the baton, because had he received that baton cleanly, he probably would have caught the man from Cave Hill in the end. But Cave Hill held on for second place, and Global, well, they would finish in third. But no doubt in Mona, 1:33.37. And certainly a stunned second place there indeed for Cave Hill. And third place, of course, going to Global. There the men's triple jump is now taking center stage. Also to come will be the men's 5,000 meter event. And as I said, the triple jump now is taking pride of place. And that is going to be a foul. You can see him holding his back. He's not happy. I just felt something there in the lower back, in the waist area there. Just as he was about to push off. But still to come will be the men's 5,000 meter event. That's going to be a punishing event in these conditions. And of course the curtain events, the two big ones that most people are looking forward to will be the men and women's 4x4 100-meter relay. That will bring the curtains down on proceedings here. And already see the officials mapping out the track. I think we have runners in 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. But before that, we may see the runners come out for that 5,000 meter scorcher. And there he is trying again, but it's not happening for him. And sad to see, but it happens, and injuries, they're part of the event and part of track and field, or any sport really when you think about it. And we also have the women's high jump to conclude. So that too will try to bring the curtains down on proceedings here. So the women's high jump event is also starting to warm up. While the long jump is taking place, the triple jump rather is taking place, we also have the high jump that is also a part of the action. The women's high jump. So just a sprinkling of athletes. So just a sprinkling of athletes in the women's high jump event, and we'll see how many of them will take up the challenge. But again, because it's so few, they don't jump as often because again, it's because of the numbers, they would be jumping, you know, in very quick succession. And while the jumpers are getting a little breather there, we also have the 5,000 meters getting ready to start. So here they are, at least for the 5,000 meters, they're just getting themselves ready to go. as well. And so of the 5,000 participants, we have Jamori King of Five Islands, Alexander Miller of Mona, Josiah Gibbs of St. Augustine, Keaton Dietrich of Global, Jalil Jatan of St. Augustine, Hezekiah Matthew of Global, and Lucan Banton of Mona. And of course Keaton, who is a man, we saw him on the volleyball court quite a bit for them. He's one of their mainstays in volleyball. So, but here he is now trying his luck in the 5,000 meters. What a departure from participating in the volleyball competition to now come in to run a 5,000 meter race in blazing hot sun. Takes a special breed. So here we go in the 5,000 meter event. Again, seven participants: Jamori King from Five Islands, Alexander Miller from Mona, Josiah Gibbs from St. Augustine, Keaton Dietrich from Global, Jalil Jatan from St. Augustine, Hezekiah Matthew from Global, and Mona's Lucian Banton also in there. So we see Cave Hill pushing to the front. Actually, we have two runners out of Cave Hill, two from St. Augustine, and the pair from Mona, one from Global. So, yeah, so the Five Islands are not in contention here. So you see 12 and a half laps. So when they come back, they'll see 12 laps to go. In this one, this is a very demanding race. So in the meantime, they're trying to get all their prizes handed out as quickly as possible so that by the time the meet is over, they don't have a long list of medals to hand out, but it might just be a couple of finishes. So Cave Hill in front, followed by the pair from Mona, then St. Augustine, Cave Hill, Global, and St. Augustine. Those are the runners. Khalil Jatan and also Josiah Gibbs back there. So looking at the runner out of Cave Hill, continuing to lead proceedings here. Again, not under any real stress right now. There's still a long way to go. When he comes back, you see 11 laps to go. So things could change, a lot could change during that time. In fact, you look at the Mona runners, they are starting to gobble him up. And will do so by the time they cross the start-finish line for the second time. See 10 laps to go. What the other runners may want to do is to just try to stay in contention, because by the time you get down to 5 to go and 4 to go, it may be stretched out even more. So again, just looking back to see if there's any movement behind them, and the two runners from Mona are probably just chatting and trying to pass time as they make their way around in this 5,000 meter event for men. Very comfortably doing the business here. Alexander Miller and Lucan Banton. And in the inset there you see the presentation with the javelin. So it's Cave Hill first and third rather, second of course going to the Five Islands. So Mona easing away, 1 and 2, just taking it easy. St. Augustine in third, and the pair of Cave Hill runners in fourth and now sixth. St. Augustine just splitting them in fifth place. And you look at these two just glancing at each other and obviously saying to themselves, you know, we are on time, we know exactly what we're working towards. They probably have a particular time in their minds. For 6:27 already. When they come back, they will see 8 laps to go. So there's still quite a bit of running left. They're not even at the halfway stage of this race. We see the footballers have re-emerged. You probably get a glance of them here in a short while as the runners go past them. And they came out earlier, and then they probably got a whiff of that sun and say it's too early for that. In the meantime, we're seeing the runners, just a little separation now between the two runners from Mona. But again, this is still early days. And also seeing St. Augustine making a slight impression. And now St. Augustine is Mona 1-2, St. Augustine third and fourth. And the two runners from Cave Hill, fifth and sixth. So the race changing ever so slightly. The two Mona runners were shoulder to shoulder for the first 3 or 4 laps. Now there is separation there, and the St. Augustine runners are also closing in on the second place runner right now from Mona. But the man in front is taking no prisoners as he goes running away up there. In fact, he's just lapped the global runner who was on the track. So that's one man he has overtaken. And St. Augustine the two runners from St. Augustine are also doing well. Hezekiah Matthew is finding it difficult. In fact, he looks like he's going to quit. He has a drink of water and he says, enough is enough. I'm going in the shade. And smart fella. So he too has gone, and now St. Augustine are eyeing the runner from Mona, who has really stopped back significantly. He's struggling a little bit and finding it very difficult to get his turnover going. He's really beginning to just make small baby steps. There's no real drive in his legs anymore. And it's almost as if he's really struggling there. I don't know if it's a muscular thing, but he's feeling the heat, so to speak. And now the runner from St. Augustine has backed off, and maybe he's just got a second win near the man from Mona, as if to suggest, no way you are passing me, guys. And now he's starting to, you could see a little more action from him. His hands are pumping, but that might just be a temporary recovery there, because if he's using his arms so much already, it suggests that he's really pumping. So the leader will see 5 laps to go, and we've just seen the bottle of water fall down, so the runner had to go back for it. After you're running and doing all of that damage, you still now have to run and dip back for a bottle of water. Still, we have our leader doing great work going out there from Mona, Alexander Miller. Dushan Banton is the man who is in second place, and they are just up to a bit of a crawl right now. And you can see the leader just mowing down stragglers as he's gone past another runner. He's lapped another man. And he will be coming in to see 4 laps to go. So he is well past the halfway stage. And the runners in second, third, and fourth are just kind of trading places. For a brief moment, St. Augustine had second place, but the man from Mona says he's not having any of that. But how long can he hold on for is left to be seen. Or better yet, can he somehow find a way to ease in front? And the 2 St. Augustine runners are starting to close the gap even more on him. And once again, he's trying to hold them off and not allowing them to pass. And so he's burning up an awful lot of energy just to avoid being passed, when he could probably better off allowing them to pass, save some energy, and then in the dying stages, then you use that energy to go past them. But he's persistent, and we'll see what happens. The leader will see 3 laps to go. Muna still leading, and the runner behind him will have 4 laps to go from Cave Hill. And the 2 St. Augustine runners are having a hard time just shaking or even getting past and staying in front of so it's Alexander Miller and Lucian Banton, 1 and 2 for Jamaica. Mona Campus. St. Augustine, though, they have 2 runners also challenging for that second spot, and they were close and closer and closer, but they could not. They actually did pass, but then they weren't allowed to stay in the lead. And here they are again, right shoulder to shoulder, and they will pass if only briefly, but can they maintain that advantage? And now both runners have been allowed to pass, one passing on the inside, one on the outside, and we'll see what happens. So this man has 2 laps to go. He could actually lap the runners in front of him, and he could catch them. And so now it's St. Augustine in second and third. Can they do? Can they get in front and stay there? They're opening up a little bit of a lead now, but the overall leader is still flying by comparison to the others, and it looks like he will lap them before they could cross the end line. He actually going past his teammate now, and is taking aim at the Trinidad and the St. Augustine duo. And I tell you what, when you're this fatigued, there's very little they could do. He looks to be far more superior in terms of his fitness than the rest of the field. And they will come back and see 2 laps to go. He will be coming for the bell. So he will come back for the bell, and we'll see 1 lap to go for him and 2 laps to go for the men in blue, as he just lapped them just at the finish line. So he is on his final lap, and they still have 2 laps to go. Lucian Banton. So here is your winner, easily striding in here to take the top spot. And he's sewn this up a long time ago. He's lapped everybody on the track, including his teammate as well. Wearing the number 407. St. Augustine, meanwhile, they have second and third in the grasp here now. Can they hold on to it? They still have belt. They're now coming for the belt, so they still have another lap to go. And you could see the man in third place just kind of dragging that back leg. And certainly very interesting there. St. Augustine, the pair of Jahil Jatan and Josiah Gibbs. So Lucian Banton it is who is in fourth place. So the man who won the race would be Alexander Miller. And second and third right now. And he has just found another gear and he's just blown his teammate away. And racing now, coming home. St. Augustine, second place. Trying to come in there, that is Jahil Jatan in second place. So Jahil Jatan is pushing there for second. Coming in third place as well, also from St. Augustine, will be Josiah Gibbs. So Jatan finishes, Gibbs will take third place. And Banton will come up in fourth place. He's pushing there, trying to finish, and he does. So it's been a rough trip for him. Probably not his best run. And I think they're going to keep their eyes on him because he doesn't seem very stable on his legs right now. Nevertheless, the two runners from Cave Hill are still out there. And actually, I'm only seeing one, so the other one might have decided that he's had enough. And it's just the one runner out there still. And when he comes back, he might still have a lap to go. We'll see. Or this might be his final lap as he comes in and takes a look at the watch. The man from Cave Hill is coming for the finish. Stride is improving as he gets cheered on by the crowd. And he's coming to the finish line. And the crowd is really bringing him home, which is so good to see. Cave Hill finishing the race. There are other two that didn't, but he did. And the man from Global decided he was going straight into the shade at about when he saw like 5 laps still to go, and he must have been in the red. He decided that that was that. And call it a. But congrats again to Alexander Miller from Mona and the St. Augustine pair of Hezekiah of Jalil Jatan and Josiah Gibbs. So we looking now at the final 2 events, and this will be the women 4x4 relay and the men's 4x4 relay event. So we anticipate those runners coming out any moment now. And yeah, so just to verify for you, just to confirm it for you, and there is Miller. 18:13 is his winning time. Banton fourth in 20:19:54. But what a run by this man Miller. 20:04 to Jatan. So congratulations to them. And of course in third place would have been Josiah Gibbs of St. Augustine campus to complete that grueling men's 5,000 meters. So pretty soon we're going to be getting ready for the relay events, the final, the curtain events here, and of course we do have our football game coming up in a short. The game, of course, is in recognition and memory of Garth Taylor for his contribution to the University of the West Indies over the years and all that he stood for. The women's long jump is also being contested, and this took a little too much of the bar with her. You see the participants, they all were like cheering her on, hoping that she would clear the height, but it's not there. And because the numbers are small in terms of the amount of competitors in the women's high jump event, the athletes will get a fair breather, a fair amount of time to recuperate and then try again as well. The men's triple jump has also concluded. So it's just the women's high jump that is being contested, and of course we'll also have the relays, the two relays, the 400-meter relays to come to bring the curtains down on a fantastic day of track and field here from UE Games 2026. Of course, coming to you on UE Global and on 360 TV. Really, we had a gorgeous day today, and plenty heat, as they say. So the officials are just checking the bar, making sure that it's in a perfect position based on the calculations that they would have had as to where it's going next, so that the competitors will have a clear idea of where they're going. So we're just waiting on the arrival of the athletes here now for the curtain events here, the men's and women's 400 4x4 relay, which are normally very exciting races, but given the strength of the Mona teams, these races may not be as competitive. But we did see, especially in the women's sprint events, St. Augustine did pull the upset by beating Mona in the 4x1, and certainly sent a little bit of chill there, but certainly normal order was restored in the men's event. As you can see on the field, that football match players are warming up, and they won't get started until all the activity is finished out here. There's even that tent is on the field, so that is going to have to move before they can actually start their game. In the meantime, we're just waiting now for the 4x4 relays coming up next.
So very soon we shall have the start of the much anticipated and highly entertaining and sure very competitive football match in memory of Gant Taylor, passed away on the field in 1968. And credit to the University of West Indies for honoring this gentleman noteworthy, valuable and meaningful contribution. So it's going to be the West Indies with Darren Ganga and Pedro Collins. They will be the West Indies teams up against the Guild of Students, led by Tyrone Marcus. West Indies led by President Ferdinand Howard. Cable Campus, who are wanted now by the prize tent area, women 800 meter sprint medley. Professor Andrew Lee will be responsible for the presentation of the awards to the Women 800 Sprint Medley. Third place, make your way to the prize, Ruston. Third place, Cable Campus. So third place, UB Cable Campus, as they receive their medal from the Professor Lee. Lovely, well done So now Kevin receives the official bronze medal from the professor. In second position, Fine Island Campus, Cape Island Marina of Jasmine Seeley, Cheryl Eccles, Shakaya Kennedy, and Deshaunte Weeks. Fine Island Campus, Tonya Walter, Taraya Joseph, Bridget Bellamy, and Larissa Farrell Bramble. And the winner of the women 800 meters sprint medley, 1x1 by 2x4, from St. Augustine campus, April Nagana, Shauna Williams, Sarah Pereira, and Faith Swindon. St. Augustine! Oh my goodness, well done. Congratulations once again to Gabriel, third, Five Island Campus second, and St. Augustine.
So as we could see there, the medley relay winners, St. Augustine Campus, ahead of second place, Five Islands, and then in third place, we had Cave Hill Campus. So those are your top three in the women's medley relay, 800 meter medley relay, for 1x1 by 2x4. And again, look at the proud girls in second place there to the right of your screen from the Five Islands, and they would be very thrilled with that outcome.
Stand by now for the women 4x4.
So the women's 4x4 is all set to go here now. And again, just three teams taking part in this in lanes 4, 5, and 6. So we have Mona, Cave Hill, and we also have Global. So that's what it is. It's Mona in 4, Cave Hill in 5, and Global in 6. St. Augustine have pulled out of this event, and already we're looking at Mona just rattling away.
It is the women 4x4.
So it's really like a no contest in this one, in the 4x4 event. Mona just dominating as expected, and they just blowing away the field to this one, moving very easily. So Mona easily in front, and Cave Hill are trying to stay in touch, but it's going to take some doing, and Global are really not sure if she's going to make it to make the exchange. And there they go now, so some distance away for the 400 meter event, and it's almost 100 meter the lead already by Mona over Cave Hill, and it's going to take some doing for her to close up that stagger, and now she can probably focus on trying to close the gap as much as they possibly can. So it's going to take some kind of recovery in order for her to even stay close. This is not going to be easy because Mona just running away with this. It's Mona against the clock. And there they go now. This is the third leg. Mona are just dominating as expected. K-Ville trying, but they are some distance behind. And I don't know if they will make any of an impression on that lead at the moment. So Mona just chewing up the track right now, dominating this event as was to be expected. Coming around quite comfortably again to complete the final exchange in this. And while they're coming to make their final exchange, Global are just coming to make their second exchange. So the lead is almost just under 100 meters. And Mona with their final exchange now. And off they go on their final exchange. K-Ville coming, trying, hoping to at least hand her teammate with some kind of momentum to see if they can't at least close the gap. I think that's the best they can do here now, is to try and close the gap on Mona. Mona is actually going to lap the Global runner and smoke the field right now. And so they're just coming along. It's not even close, as they say. So Mona just chalking up, ticking off another box, if you know what I mean. It's par for the course for them. Yet another fantastic finish for Mona. And just 4:33 thereabouts. And K-Ville will also finish up strong. So they come in to do the business here from the shade into the light as they cross the finish line. And just as they finish, Global are now starting their final lap. So they have to make one full lap of the track. So they have work to do, if you know what I mean. So, but she's still giving it her all, trying to finish the race, finish what they're starting. And you have to commend athletes for that. They could so easily choose the easy path to just call it a day, but she has opted to continue and to stay the course and not quit on her team. And she knows that she can run within her limits. There's no need for her to, as they say, go into the red, although she might be in the red already. And just trying to survive here now. Make sure that she completes the course. So Global coming in to try and finish up this race all alone, and not very far right now. She could see that and realize that this is it. So regardless of what, she's still finishing the race. And giving her team some points because there's only 3 of them, so she will get points. They will get points for 3rd place. So that's also part of the motivation for these athletes. So now let's get ready for the men's 4x4, as Mona again would be expected to dominate this one. In this event though, Global will be represented, but we also think that Yui will have a presence in this one. Cave Hill also present, as is Muna. So you're just looking at some presentations taking place there. And so Ms. Bell taking the gold medal there. So now we get ready for the curtain event for today, the final event. The men's 4x4. And we will see Yui in lane 2. That says Cave Hill rather, in lane 2. Five Islands in 3. St. Augustine in 4. Mona in 5. And Global in 6. We'll see if all 5 teams are participating. So Global in 6th, Muna in 5, St. Augustine in 4, Five Islands should be in 3, but they are out, and Cave Hill in lane 2. So those are the 4 teams present here for this curtain event, the 4x4 men. And of course we do have that football game that is also scheduled to take place after this event. So we're just moments away now from the start. This is the women's relay, the 4x4 earlier. This is the 4x1. This is the sprint relay team collecting their medals. Mona again dominant. Now the men's 4x4, Yui Cave Hill in 2, Yui St. Augustine in 4, Yui Mona in 5, and in 6, Global. So just 4. Five Islands opted out. So here we go in this, the men's 4x400 meter event. Mona easily screaming down the track. They've gone past Global. Yui St. Augustine is right there with them, holding court. Cave Hill on the inside, trying to make a stagger, but St. Augustine is right there and closing quickly on Mona. Yui St. Augustine are flying. Does he have enough to bring it home? Is he coming into the straightaway? He is in the lead. Can he bring it home? He's pushing and pushing. Still pushing there now. Can he give his team a sizable enough lead that it will put pressure on Mona to catch up? It's not easy, but it's going to take some doing. Still going. St. Augustine has a nice lead. Now Cave Hill, they take the baton and they're going off. Global is still trying to get there, and it's going to take some getting to do that. St. Augustine now with a good lead, but here comes Mona. He has to keep going. Mona is trying. Mona is closing. This race is not over by a long shot, because here comes Mona once more. They're determined as ever. St. Augustine is trying to hold on to that lead, but Mona is closing and closing fast. St. Augustine, can they keep going? Can he keep going? St. Augustine is still going, still holding that lead, and he's going to give them a good lead. Here goes St. Augustine, and trying there now is going to be Mona. Mona is still trying to close that stagger. St. Augustine there. Cave Hill is now coming in to do it, and already the lead has dwindled for St. Augustine, because Mona is right there, breathing down his neck, trying to close the gap. He's closed it to about 20 meters or less. Still closing, under 200 meters to go. St. Augustine is tiring. Mona is improving. Mona is closing. Mona is passing him now with just about 100 meters to go. St. Augustine, can he respond? No response. Can he stay the course? That's the important thing. Can he at least hand off the baton within close proximity? Can he keep going? Mona has the lead. St. Augustine is trying to close. Now, Mona with the lead. St. Augustine is trying to close. St. Augustine is closing. But is he going too soon? Mona is just waiting for him. You can see him toying with him. Just waiting. St. Augustine is closing. Mona is just waiting on him. Just waiting. Can St. Augustine go by? He can't. Mona is playing with him. Mona is just jogging there as if to say, is that all you have? All right, it's time to go. And here he goes now. He's turning on the afterburners. They're not going to catch him. He's just going to ease away. St. Augustine is trying, but Mona is just cruising home to take this one in impressive fashion and make it a comfortable victory indeed. Cave Hill will come in for third place. And here comes Global now as they come to finish up in fourth place. Give them credit. They have stayed the course again and trying to finish what they started. And that's so commendable for these athletes because, again, remember, every time you finish, you get points. And so they will get points. And as I said, they're in a battle with. So 321.17 as opposed to 322. $322.28 and 341.72 for Cave Hill. So again, that is the story of the day here. What a day it has been with some fantastic events and outstanding performances, and of course the creme de la creme would be Mona Campus, as was to be expected, and but St. Augustine more than held their own, as did Cave Hill in some of the other events. We saw them in the javelin, we saw them in the men's high jump event, and we saw them also in the long jump, also showing their capabilities. So it's going to be interesting to see when the final tally is put together, how the points will kind of. But I know from this track and field day to day, Mona would have gained incredible points, and that more than anything else, is what could push them over the edge. Not that their basketball is any worse off or their netball, but that they're not going to win in netball. Cave Hill are the ones who look like the form horse there because they've beaten both St. Augustine and Mona, and I don't see them losing to it Global nor Five Islands. And it's a similar thing in the women's, in the table tennis. They do have a strong team, Mona, and so it's across the board. They are laden with talent, but so too are some of the other teams. They're probably just not as accomplished as one or two of the other teams. But in the mean, when you look at the 5 competing teams, I think it's fair to say that there's an enormous amount of talent among these university students. So congratulations to them. Congratulations to all the winners here today. And of course, we wish them continued success. Of course, we'll have more action for you later on this evening, and of course tomorrow, when we'll be back with a lot more from the UE Spec, as the indoor arena will be humming once more. Until such time, I'm Ross Kemal, thanking you so much, and we look forward to your company again real soon.